Good morning, everyone. Today is July 17th, 2019. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Pham, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Roberts, Acting Councilor Furring, and myself, Secretary Donahue. We are here today in Albany with video conferencing to Buffalo and New York City. The next meetings of the authority will be July 31st, and there will be a almost 3-week break until 8/20, that's a Tuesday, and then September 4th. Those meetings will be held here in Albany with video conferencing to Buffalo and New York City. We will call items for the most part in the order they are signed in. First in Buffalo, then Albany, then New York City. Items in Albany that we expect people, appearances in New York will be held until 11 o'clock when we start the New York calendar. As your items are called, please approach the podium and, at least in New York, speak into the microphone. There's microphones up here in Albany. Please put your name on the record. Everything here is being recorded. If you have a cell phone, please silence it. If you're going to take a call, please go outside. A reminder that any submissions were due by last Friday, so please don't seek to enter any more documents into the record during the meeting. Chairman, do you have anything? Any announcements before we move forward?
I do want to take a moment because we're getting a lot of calls and questions regarding our processing time, so I just want to clarify the information that we have at the present time. And I want to start by saying the amount of time it takes to process applications fluctuates throughout the year, which most of you know for various reasons. The fluctuation has been outside the normal this year for a number of reasons. All things being equal, the amount of applications we receive at a given time determines the amount of time it takes to process each application. And this time of year, from spring into summer, is when we see the most applications by far. So for this reason, this time of year, the processing time should be longer, just normally. However, right now, all things aren't equal. We are now in the early stages of a full-scale redesign of our computer database. And there's a third-party contractor who's come in to do that. We've been working with them since about January or a little before. And we are redoing every bureau's computer system. And that has required an enormous amount of time by the members of each bureau to sit with these third-party vendors. And that's staff time that would otherwise be spent on day-to-day agency business, which unfortunately has not been able to happen. While we're excited about the efficiencies that this project will lead to, it will lead hopefully to quicker review times, more streamlined online application process. We have to absorb the short-term pain in the design and the build-out of that system in order to get to those efficiencies. We expect most of the heavy lifting by our staff to be completed in the next few months, probably the next 2 months. Although the project is anticipated to go on for 2 years before it's actually up and running, and we should see the benefits of it. So think of this as a major road reconstruction. We'll be happy to get where we're going faster at the completion, but right now we're right in the middle of the work zone, and we're right in the middle of the worst part of the work zone. Also, as many of you in the industry are aware, we lost 2 very senior people in licensing, or that had licensing experience, Kerry O'Brien and Jackie Held. Between them, they had 60 years of experience in the State Liquor Authority. And that's obviously been a factor as well in the increase in the processing times. Adam Roberts has hit the ground running as our new Deputy Commissioner of Licensing and is getting up to speed quickly, and he's putting in some changes in the processes already that should develop efficiencies for us, along with the technological improvements I described earlier that should reduce processing times. But that being said, we also need help from particularly the professionals that do this for a living. I have noticed, and the staff has noticed, an ongoing problem regarding the quality and the completeness of the applications we receive. And as I said, that problem has been compounded by the things I've mentioned before. As you all should know, our agency cannot legally issue a license when information required by statute is missing from the application, and we constantly see the same errors from the same people regarding the same missing documents and applications, even those submitted under the self-certification program, wherein the whole point of that program was to try to speed up the application time. we actually have found on a large majority of them that we are required to go and review them because they're not complete. We're committed to continually working with you, the applicants and the industry attorneys and reps, to make our processing times more efficient, but we need a better product, fewer deficiencies to reduce the time frame from when your clients apply to when they're open for business. Over the last 2 months since Adam's been in his position, he and his team have identified the most common reasons for deficiencies, and in the coming weeks, industry professionals will be invited to a meeting that I'll be hosting with Adam as well as some of his staff, that we're going to go through what those most common deficiencies are to try to alleviate seeing them over and over again. We'll also be looking for input from professionals, so come prepared if you do have any suggestions. No one apart from your clients wants to see businesses up and running faster than we do. To ensure we are providing realistic timelines for business planning, you are providing your clients with realistic expectations. Our current times that we are booking applications right now received on June 19th. So about 4 weeks from mailing to the serial number is received. And we're currently reviewing applications that we received in the first week of May for attorney certified applications and the first week of April for non-certified. So about 10 to 15 weeks from booking. All told, that's between 15 and 21 weeks to a determination. If you applied for a temporary permit, we're processing those in 5 to 7 business days from the booking date. We are being conservative in our estimates, so you may see that it may be shorter, so that you can plan accordingly, and there are no big surprises for your client or for you. Also, we fully expect that the issues within our control, which will be addressed, and that these times will decrease in the coming months as our staff requirement towards this computer project decreases. In the meantime, we ask that you check in with us from time to time for the current times. You can just email our licensing information email address that you should get a response either that day or the next day. And lastly, related to all this, I want to say that the majority of businesses we license aren't conceived within a few months of submitting their application. Many have been planned for over a year or more. Part of that planning needs to be to check on the licensing processing times, not just for us, but with TTB, the Department of State, and the Department of Tax and Finance. And to build those times into your business planning, too many applicants are failing to do this, which creates an emergency, quote unquote, in our agency. And that, therefore, means we have to pull staff off of other things they're doing to try to alleviate this emergency. Proper planning is critically important and can certainly help us try to overcome the obstacles we're facing right now. One other thing I wanted to add was I realize many of you come up from New York for these meetings, and it's probably a great inconvenience to you, and it's also a great inconvenience to Commissioner Fan. We hope to be in our new boardroom by the beginning of October, so hopefully that will end once the summer ends. But I can't, that's out of our control completely, so I can't guarantee that, but that's what we're being told. And that's it.
All right, then we're going to move to Buffalo. And the first item is 1358, Blueberries Wine and Spirits, LLC.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Drong. I'm here on behalf of Wilberries and as well with Principal Louis Colicchio. We're here seeking a reconsideration of a previous denial of a retail liquor license. We've submitted some papers, including some additional statements that were submitted last week. Hopefully the board has them in its record. Essentially, we've set forth our arguments, but we, have two primary ones. We do believe that the applicant has taken the steps to be a responsible licensee, and I'll let him address some of that with you. But additionally, we had another argument that one of the basis that the board gave the last time this came up was that the owner of the property lost its license for underage sales. So the commissioners were concerned and didn't want to see any economic benefit going back to those owners. One of the arguments that we have as part of the plea bargain process that the attorney had was that they didn't go to trial because they were not going to have a prescription on the property. So it's our position that using that as one of the primary bases for denying the license is kind of going against exactly what the plea bargain process was. So we now have a new tenant, a new business who's totally separate, who's being denied a license, and they have no, they relied on the fact that there was no prescription on the property when they got into this process to purchase this business, and we're arguing that that's not a fair application in this particular case.
Well, I don't know that anyone promised. First of all, there is no prescription on the property that I'm aware of. I don't think we voted on one, but I don't believe that was ever even discussed in the plea. If another landlord owned this building, this wouldn't be an issue.
Correct. My understanding in the plea bargain process, the decision, that was one of the things that came up, was would there not be a prescription on the property, because it was actually taken away with an emergency suspension, and that was a concern of the criminal attorneys that were handling that. So what they were offered to give up the license in exchange for not having a prescription on the property. So
We
that
don't, there is not a prescription on the property.
And the offer...
I understand, but what we're arguing...
John, hold on for a second. The offer was cancellation of bond claim.
Right.
That was the offer.
Which we can't put a prescription on it anyway. So I understand what you're saying, that effectively there's a prescription, but that's not what we're saying. We're saying that the person that owns this property is not going to make money off a liquor license. Someone else owns the property, we don't have an issue with it.
All right, I understand, and you understand what we're saying. We're arguing that effectively it's operating as a prescription. So yes, I understand. That's our first point.
If the owner of this building came to us requesting another liquor license, I can guarantee you, at least if I'm sitting here, he's not going to get one because of his past conduct. At least in the near future. So that's basically what we said when we denied this license, that being but one of the factors. The other factors were the inexperience of your client and the fact that this was a major, this just one or two underage sales. This was a place where the IRT students went to get their alcohol, and they were taking college IDs that had no age on them as the proof of age.
My understanding from the record is when the investigator had asked, that was a general statement that people had made. There's no evidence in the record of that. There was only the one set of charges. So I know when they talked to college kids said that was kind of the rumor. But my understanding is there's no actual proof or basis of that. There were the single set of charges that were brought, and it was closed down on that first time.
It wasn't there were sale to minors on 1, 2, 3, 4 different occasions.
And I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about the past case. That was what the basis of the cancellation is. But like I said, there's no prescription here. And that was but one factor. That case was one factor in why there was not a license granted.
All right. Moving on. One of the second points is you didn't believe that the applicant had enough experience to operate a responsibly licensed operation as a retail liquor store, and we've submitted for the record some steps that he has taken both before and after the application to ensure that he will be operating a responsible place. He's taken some training. He's worked with somebody that worked in security. He's worked at a liquor store. He has agreed to bring in somebody experienced in the industry and put them on staff. They put the personal questionnaire in, and he would like to answer any questions or doubts that the commissioners may have regarding his intentions and his sincere intent to operate a legally compliant and responsible business.
Seeing no questions, any other questions?
You ready to vote?
Yes.
I have a question. Since our last meeting in January, has the applicant looked at other locations?
No.
No.
Well, they're financially bound and committed to this location until this process is over.
So we're just voting for reconsideration of this meeting.
Ready to vote then? Just on the question of reconsideration.
I vote to deny reconsideration.
Commissioner Ford?
Although I voted to approve the before, I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Chairman Gravel.
I vote to deny reconsideration.
Thank you.
Next item, 1362, Bell Enterprises LLC. Members, I'll just note for the record there is an error in the process. According to the prosecutor's memo, the applicant did not take a certified ATAP course. It was a legitimate ATAP course that she took.
What, on this case, 1362?
1362, there's a reference to the applicant indicating that
FAIR.
that she had taken an ATAP course, and the memo says that it wasn't a certified course. It was. She's on the
I
roster.
see. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Tricia Cifuentes Inglesi. I am a representative for Bell Enterprises, and I'm here with Susan Kwame. She's the principal of the applicant. She just wants to address that one point about that ATAP certification course.
She doesn't need to. It's already been addressed.
Okay, it was which type of course?
FAIR. No, it was a certified class that she took, and she's on the roster of students who attended.
Okay.
No question, she got the credit for it.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we are here requesting reconsideration of a retail liquor store that was denied back in January. And the reason for reconsideration is we believe that there was a misinterpretation of what was written in a letter that I sent in, basically discussing how, even though there may be marketing towards the universities, which are graduate universities as well as undergraduate, she would make sure that there were items in place and mechanisms in place to ensure that there was no underage sales, which she then addressed in the hearing. I do want to note that was a miscommunication between my client and myself. She spent the last 2 years looking for a location, and she looked at numerous locations, and some, not too far from the present location where she's in. And that was a miscommunication. I was thinking of a previous location when it was in there, so I apologize for that. But I believe that was what was focused on in that last hearing. So we're requesting reconsideration based on the actual facts and her intentions. So her husband, Joseph Kwame, he has owned a liquor store for about 3 years. And when he purchased his liquor store, Susan was able to take a look at, the business itself and see how it was running and see what he was doing in that business. And she decided that that's what she wanted, which is why she spent the last 2 years looking for the perfect location, so that she could operate it and have that work-life balance that she was looking for, that her husband was able to have in his current store. The closest stores, which are 3 of which are in the 19th ward of the city of Rochester, 2 of those are neighborhood locations. They're smaller locations.
Ma'am, I'm going to stop you there. We're not going through this whole presentation again. We'll vote on the reconsideration first.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm going to vote to deny reconsideration.
I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I vote to deny as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item in Buffalo, 1378, Alden Wine and Liquor, Inc.
Good morning, members of the full board, Chairman Bradley, Commissioners Fan and Ford. My name is Jacob Pierkowski. I'm the attorney for Alden Wine and Liquor, Inc., and I'm joined here by the licensee, Sukhwinder, the applicant, Sukhwinder Atwal, and her liquor license expediter, Bob Heil. We're here on an application for a liquor store. The square footage of the store is going to be 2340, with 1740 of that dedicated to retail.
Can I stop you there? Is there anyone in objection to this in the room?
There's no one present in objection.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
The store will be located in a large Tops Plaza. It's going to have a number of large commercial neighbors, including a Dollar Tree, a Subway, a McDonald's, a dentist's office, a nail salon, and a local restaurant. There's going to be no impact to traffic or parking. There's already a substantial parking lot there. And the next closest store is roughly 7/10 of a mile away, which is also located in a large shopping plaza that's anchored by a large grocery store. So we don't think it'll create any problems with competition. We're not looking to siphon any clientele away from the other existing store. Outside of that store, the next closest stores are 7 and 8 miles away. So it's an area that I think would be well served by a new liquor store, and Ms. Atwell would be an excellent licensee. I'm sorry, we froze in Buffalo. I apologize.
Okay. Does her
Yeah, sorry.
Can you hear
we
us?
froze.
You're back once again.
Can you hear us now?
We can, yes.
Does her husband own a store?
Yes, he owns a store in a town called West Seneca.
How far
which
away is that?
30, 40 minutes? About 30 to 40 minutes away.
Is he going to work in this store?
Nope, not at all. Sorry, we keep freezing.
Hold on just for a second.
Sure.
Julia? Dave?
Yes?
Disconnect and call back in.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to work, but
Okay.
All right, I think we're back. Thank you.
Does
We're good. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
she work in his store?
She helps out from time to time, yes.
Is she going to continue to do that?
No. She'll completely, the stores will be completely separate. This is going to be completely her own store. It's in a very different location. It'll serve a different clientele. And there will be no crossover between the two.
Can you tell me who's been dealing with the landlord, Eldon Center?
I have as Ms. Atwell's attorney.
So, has she met with the landlord?
I don't know that we've met them personally. They're based out of New York City. It's an entity called Portage Center LLC. It's a subsidiary of Gershon Holdings. And I've done all the lease negotiations and interacted with them numerous times.
Okay. I'm concerned because their letter of support refers to her as a he. It makes me concerned that the husband has been doing the negotiation.
That must be a typo. The husband has not. I've been doing the negotiations.
Could be because of
Okay.
I can assure you that I have many email edits and redline versions of the Word document for the lease.
so you're the only one who's been speaking with him?
Yes.
You ready to vote then?
Yes.
Commissioner Pham?
I don't see a protest from the store that's within 1 mile. That store is doing up and down numbers with healthy business. And then the next store, as council pointed out, it's more than 10 miles away. This applicant was denied before, and I think I am now more comfortable with the flow of the money, and with that I am going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
All the stores seem to be holding their own. The closest, the others, which are 10 or more miles away. I'm a lot of times not comfortable with married couples owning stores together, to be quite honest about it. But I think I'm, as Commissioner fans stated a little more comfortable with there being separation here, so I'm going to vote to approve as well, and that's about it.
I'll vote to approve as well. Make sure she understands the ramifications if they start commingling.
Absolutely, and I've had a conversation about availing and commingling, and she's very well aware of it. It won't be an issue.
That's kind of what I wanted to throw in.
All right, the next item I have.
Thank you.
Thanks.
1458, Pulteneyville Deli Company, Inc.
Good morning. My name is Deb Lang. I am the principal of the Pulteneyville Deli Company. I have already submitted a no contest plea to 2 charges, one of which I think was brought to my attention that we need to make some adjustments, and that is the distance to the local church that sits behind on a different street from my building. In 2011, when we opened the building, we only had a beer and wine license, so the drawings we submitted were not as the crow flies, because I was not aware that that was how the measurement needed to be taken, but it was as a person would walk around the edge of the building to the front door of the church. In 2013, we decided to upgrade our license to a full liquor license, and at that time submitted the exact same drawings, again, not knowing any better, and they were approved. And so since then, we've had our, our full liquor license. In the interim, as I've gone to try to sell the building, I have realized that we are too close to the church if you measure as the crow flies. So 2 things have happened. First of all, we have closed down our bar portion of our business. We still are selling beer and wine as a convenience store. So there is on-premise and off-premise sales for beer and wine only happening now. And also, I am in the midst of selling the business to a new owner who has applied also for only a beer and wine license. So her application is somewhere in the mix right now. So I'm hoping that we can come to maybe even be able to revert back to that original beer and wine license just in the interim until this new applicant hopefully gets her own.
Unfortunately, we don't have a vehicle to do that.
Can I just speak to the council?
Yes.
Please. Thank you.
All right, we are back on the record on item 1458 after a brief conference with council.
So, what I was saying before we went outside was, there's no vehicle for us to downgrade your license, and we have no discretion on allowing an OP to be within 200 feet of a church, which this one is. So the only option we really have here is to cancel this. Now, because I don't think this was intentional, and I don't think either of the other commissioners think it was intentional either, it's not going to affect the other person getting the new license.
Okay, good.
So if that wouldn't have come here, it doesn't need to come here now. So the only thing we really can do is cancel and bond the license. Okay?
Okay. Okay. Understood.
Cancel.
Yes, you are.
Seth, okay.
So is that it?
Yes. You'll get a notice in the mail,
Okay.
cancellation order to have the date of the cancellation. It's not effective today.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't have any other items in Buffalo.
There is no one else in Buffalo.
All right, thank you. We're going to move to Albany. First item in Albany is 1476 M&L Liquor Inc. I didn't have anybody in opposition last time, so we can proceed with that even though it's a New York City case.
This is a request for reconsideration. Good morning, everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here with Belkey Perez, who's the applicant principal, and her daughter Lily, who will be translating if required. As a reconsideration, I know the board requires a new set of facts or circumstances to consider when making the determination. And in this case, I believe we have a couple of substantial new facts or circumstances that would hopefully convince Commissioner Fan and Ford, who were the two dissenting or negative votes the last time the chairman said he would have voted to approve if it would have made a difference. The main fact that we would like to present to you here is that Ms. Perez is willing to go or will do a non-bulletproof store. She'll open up the store. I was suggesting to her if the board would accept it, and obviously it's a good discretion, if she would have the opportunity to keep it open during the day and say at sunset or at a certain hour, put up the bulletproof.
Isn't already built out as a bulletproof?
It is. And she's willing to take that back. And again, the fact that she built it, she was relying on quote-unquote professional advice at the time, which said that she had to have the store completed in order to file an application, and obviously that is not required. I think a non-bulletproof store is a very small store, really only approximately 375 square feet of retail would be utilized here, would have zero or negligible impact on the surrounding stores. The other stores are really 7-8 blocks away, and that's when you double that going to and from this location. Majority of the people in this neighborhood do not own cars and rely on mass transportation and pedestrians. I really think that given her experience...
Are the other stores bulletproof?
Do you know if the other stores have bulletproof material? Do they? Yes.
104.
Yes. The closest store to 104th Street is. It is. Yes. And do you know if 108? 108 is open. Okay.
So 104th Street is closed, is bulletproof. 108 is open. What about Infinity Wine and Liquors on National Street? Open.
And again, as we mentioned, she has invested haven't mentioned that she's invested her life savings into this. This is really what she is looking forward to, her next phase of her life. She cannot continue working as a beautician because of what it has done to her hands and her shoulders. And we come to you looking, for a little bit of understanding and realizing also, if I had felt that this store would make an impact on the other stores, a negative impact, I would have explained to her to save her time, save her money. There really would not be a chance of this board approving it. But going over everything, the size of the imprint of this store is so small, so negligible, it would have a de minimis effect on the other stores at best. Especially with the strong consideration, when you consider the density of Corona, and the amount of people living in that 8-block radius, I think it would.
What are the hours? She's going to have regular hours?
Regular hours?
11 to 11.
So regular hours. Are you going to work there as well?
So I'm going first for
I'm
reconsideration.
going to vote to reconsider.
I'll vote to reconsider as well.
Appreciate it. Minutes.
Just make sure there's nobody there opposing this.
There was no one in protest the first time, so no one.
Oh, we did get a letter.
Yes.
You got a letter the first time.
Yes, from, yes. All right, well,
And no one has signed.
I don't
it.
think we need anything else. Go ahead.
Because you run a business very close to this location, you're obviously part of that community. And since it's such a really small store, and now you're not bulletproof, I'm going to vote to it.
Mr. Ford?
I don't think that, I'm not going to ask you to, I'm going to reverse my vote and vote to approve, okay? But I'm not really asking you to go back and incur additional construction costs, substantial reconstruction costs to make it unbulletproof now. How much is involved in that for you to do that? Would it be for you to do that?
I don't think so.
In other words,
I don't think she's priced that, but it certainly would be less expensive than what they had been in the project.
yeah, I'm not going to require you to change anything.
That's the fact that they're presenting.
What's that?
But that's the fact they're presenting. That's why we voted to reconsider it. It's because they're now saying it's not a bulletproof store.
But you're going to make it a semi-bulletproof. Is that what you said?
Would you agree if she could make it removable so during the evening hours she can place up the glass? Or
That's fine, but
Right.
removable bulletproof.
I mean, in terms
is
of new facts,
extremely expensive. So that's probably not. And maybe bulletproof the cashier area if that's what you're concerned about.
Both of where?
Just the cashier area. You're concerned about the safety of the employees.
Yeah.
Is that what you're getting at?
Could we just do that? Just the cashier area? Okay.
and we will obviously, she will submit a new floor plan.
Yes. My mom was a beautician. I can understand wanting to do something different. So I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve.
No, so the-
with the cashier area bulletproof.
Yeah, submission of.
Everything else open.
And submission of new value.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Good luck, ladies.
I can tell you, working with them the last few years, it was so good. So,
Good luck, ladies.
Next item, 1399, Shep's Crossroads Inc.
Robert Romano, for the licensee, we previously submitted a no contest, conditional no contest fee of $3,000. I would just like to point out on this that the client had used the services of a security company, and I had been speaking with John Meyer, the investigator, about it. Apparently, it was a big problem up there. This board should be aware of it. There were companies up there representing themselves to be licensed, and they're not. And that's
So
what I'm just
that's
saying.
the Department of State issue.
Right. But I'm just saying they felt.
And it's very easy to check. You just
They're
go online and check.
Yeah. So that was the.
I'll accept.
Oh, it's
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see everybody. Thank you, Bonnie.
14, he's getting married. You won't be joining us at the next school board meeting.
I will be getting married on.
Oh, you?
I am getting married on July 26th.
Oh, congratulations.
So now it's forever.
Should we change the hearing date?
Hi, Bonnie.
Thank you. Enjoy your time. Thank you.
1454, 1965 Coney Island Avenue LLC. This is the one where, remember, you voted on it, disposed of it, but there had been a request by the licensee to have it held over,
Yep.
and I did not bring that to your attention before you voted on it.
Okay.
We have people in New York. You want to wait till 11?
Sorry, what?
We have people in New York on this. You want to wait till 11?
I didn't.
Oh, yeah, if your client's coming in, that's fine. We can wait, recall it.
Oh, they're there. Okay.
Oh, you can, they can they have them come up.
Are the licensees here for 1965 Coney Island Avenue LLC?
Is anyone here for Coney Island LLC? Step up.
They're there with their attorney. They must be in the hall because I told them 11 o'clock.
Well, we can hold it on the New York City.
I have it. Good morning. Thank you for allowing.
Hold on.
Introduce yourself.
Good morning.
Now, could you just put your names on the record, please?
My name is Douglas Martino, Martino and Weiss, 800 Westchester Avenue, New York.
Erica Kadosh, 1181 Harbor Road, Hewlett, New York, 11557.
John Springer for the licensee. Thank you for allowing us to appear today to argue why this license should be saved. This couple, Mr. and Mrs. Kadosh, have operated a hotel with a hotel liquor license in Long Beach for 8 years and had no issues. A few years ago, they bought a former boatyard on Freeport's Nautical Mile and turned it into a beautiful restaurant and lounge. It's 5,000 square feet. I did the original application. The place was a blighted eyesore on an otherwise beautiful street. There were broken windows. They needed to be gutted, and they did that. They own the property. Last November, a noise complaint brought police to the premise, and a number of issues were led to the notice of pleading. I wasn't made aware at the time, nor was Attorney Martino, that there was an evidentiary hearing. I only found out about it when I saw it on the agenda for penalty. Mr. Kadish went to the hearing himself, which was unfortunate. Based on my conversations with him and what I know about this place, we could have put substantial evidence in to refute some of these charges, particularly the non-bona fide security and disorderly premise. I don't know if it's appropriate at this point to ask, but if
It's not.
okay.
Disorderly.
To go back to the ALJ, to put in evidence, we would welcome that opportunity. In any event, the licensee.
No, there's no disorderly, so I don't know what.
I thought there was a disorderly comment.
I mean, there was one charge. I don't know what was the charge that was dismissed.
Noise.
Charge 4.
Noise.
That was noise.
Okay. In any event, there was no massive public safety issues here that night. They had a really bad night, a lack of judgment and awareness about some of the rules, that kinds of things that didn't come into play on their hotel liquor license.
Like renting the place out to a promoter?
Yes, that was.
Renting the entire place out to a promoter.
Yes.
Not utilizing it, but
I understand
giving it over to him.
Yes, I understand that. He was there. The staff was there supervising. It was one really bad day in a year. He's had the license for a year.
Well, it was. I mean, that's not what the testimony was. The testimony from the police officer indicated that this was a catering hall that is open sporadically and then only on private events and parties. They were only open 4 months.
I have the,
Right? And when did they get licensed?
July
Am I right?
2018.
And this happened in November of 2018.
Yes, they had no violations before or since. We believe they deserve a second chance.
Yeah, but the thing is that if you did the original application, you should know that they shouldn't be an OP. Like, this is not a restaurant.
It is a restaurant. It was a
No, it's
restaurant.
not. If you go look at any evidence that's out there, it's an event space.
It was.
So they can apply again, I guess, as an event space.
They're open as a restaurant now. We gave you a plan of mitigation and 12-point plan of changes we're going to make.
But yeah, I mean, and I agree with Commissioner Fan. Here's the problem I have. One, you're telling me that they were licensed for a significant period of time somewhere else and had no issues. They come and apply for a license and get it in July of 2018 for a restaurant.
Yeah.
November of 2018, on Thanksgiving, the cops go in there. They have found that they rented the entire place out to a promoter. They're not serving any food. And it wasn't a private party. It was actually something that was advertised on social media. Come for drink specials. Girls drink for free. We're having a huge Thanksgiving party. That's a restaurant?
That night it wasn't. We conceded that.
But from the testimony, it sounds like that it was open sporadically. It never was.
There was one-sided testimony because Mr. Kadish didn't know how to put it in.
No, she testified.
No, Mr. Kadish testified.
He testified.
He never said it was never a restaurant. It's been a restaurant since day one. Yes, it's been a little sporadic. And we're trying to put him, as I said in my submission, you have a choice when your charges are sustained. You can go two ways. It's nothing. You give people second chances all the time.
Well, not that it opened for 4 months and do something like this.
He did it one night. He elapsed in judgment. It was momentary.
No, but he himself, in his letter, that because he filed as a cabaret, therefore he can operate as a catering hall.
And that's what he
have
believes.
events.
And that's what he believes. He had no intention
Yeah,
to.
but that's wrong. And if you represented him during the initial application,
I never thought when they started, based on the size of this place and the location, that they would ever have private parties. They've had catered parties while the restaurant's open. They're able to split the place into 4. They have these curtains that go from floor to ceiling. So if somebody wants a private party within the place while the restaurant's open, that's usually what they have. This closing it, I don't know how many times they closed it for private parties where nothing else was going on.
I mean, so you're going to tell me that this cop's testimony where he said they're only open twice a week for private parties, not every day, which is what they were licensed to be, is inaccurate?
I don't know. I didn't get a chance to cross-examine him.
But you're telling me they've always been a restaurant. How are you a restaurant that's open 2 days a week?
Well,
for private
restaurants
parties?
only 2 days a week.
Yeah, but that's not part of their application. Their application indicated they were going to be open regular hours as a restaurant.
And they were on the weekends in the summer. And since
15 to 20 hookahs?
I don't know. I don't understand these institutions for myself. I'm not sure that.
But that's not that doesn't. That's.
They weren't a restaurant at night, but we're going to take away the whole business and let this place become an eyesore again?
You're telling me they weren't a restaurant that night. I'm telling the testimony that we have in the decision indicates that they were never a restaurant.
And you didn't get more testimony because of Mr. Kadish did the hearing himself. He didn't know what he was walking into.
Are we going to go through the same thing with the other case that they represent themselves on?
Is that pending?
They went through a hearing.
I don't know. I'm not aware
And
of
what
it.
were those charges?
Kind of the same thing.
I'm not aware of it. I wasn't
you're
made
not
aware
aware
of
of
it.
the other
Well, you-
cases?
Your license, they appeared. They pled not guilty.
And they went to hearing already?
There was a hearing scheduled. I don't know what happened. They
I think that
looks
might
like they
have been-
represent themselves.
I think that's the same case.
There's 2 cases.
You have another case pending?
There's 2 cases.
I'm asking if the other case is still pending.
Yeah, I just said it was. I went to a hearing.
In any event, that's.
What are the date of the charges? What are the date of the charges?
October of 2018.
Well, this incident was in November. I don't know why that case hasn't come through the system yet.
I'll go to cancel and bond if you really want me.
That's what we were.
No, you went to revocation.
Oh, I was revoked. Yeah, I'll cancel a bond.
And they can apply again as a catering. I mean,
Oh, come on.
be clear about what you're doing.
It happened once.
You got caught
Yeah.
once.
I was going to go for a pretty high penalty, but I'll go with canceling bond and make it unanimous.
It's okay to suggest.
Excuse me, can I just say something, please?
Yes.
I'm sorry. In our other facility, we never had people that like tricked us or said they were going to do one thing and did another. They actually came in, they said it was a 50th birthday party. We do have a menu. We have a full menu. We have to-go menus. I advertised it. I made flyers myself. I did all the marketing myself. I have to-go menus. This from the beginning was open as a restaurant. But Freeport is dead Mondays and Tuesdays. Wednesdays we were open, here and there. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're open every week. I have full advertisement on the windows that we are now open. Grand opening, we are now open. We were open from the beginning. This one person came into us and told us he was doing a 50th birthday party. No one has ever lied to me before. I've been in the industry a very long time, and I have the other place. I have never been lied to before. This company came in, they were doing their own advertising. I didn't advertise free drinks all night long. I've never advertised that. I didn't know what he was doing on the outside. He totally tricked us. In 8 years, this is the one incident I ever had. This is only one incident I ever had. I am open as a restaurant, I swear to you. This is not something that ever occurred. I've never been through this before where someone lied to me like that. I'm not used to that. I didn't know someone was going to lie to me. He did this fully on his own. We were there, we stopped it, and as a matter of fact, we called the police that night. I called the police that night for the police to come because we had someone that was acting crazy in the parking lot. They did not drink in the place. They did not come into the place. They weren't allowed in the place. They were messing with someone. They weren't there inside the facility, I assure you. I was there that night.
So did you observe hookahs?
I observed it. They were known. They were told to stop. They were stopping. These people, I got to tell you, were very rough with me. They almost hit me. The DJ was very mean to me. I told him to turn off the music. I have never had a situation like this in 8 years. This was a very, very bad day for me. This isn't something that ever happened to me before. This is once in 8 years that something like this would ever happen. Now I know to ask much more questions. No one has ever done this to me. I didn't know that he was lying to me. He told me it's a 50th birthday. I actually believed it was a 50th birthday. Why would someone lie to me? I mean, really, I have 3 kids in college. This is how it pays for their college. I was never doing something intentionally wrong. I would never hurt anyone. I always work with the communities. I'm friends with everyone in Long Beach, all the judges and everything. They all know me. They come in. I have very good friends within the community. I work with the community. I'm sorry. I just want you to understand that I really do everything.
Ma'am, please.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Was it a $10,000 fine?
I want to know about the other matter.
What
You really can't.
I don't know about any other matter they're talking about.
You responded to it.
Your husband entered a not guilty plea.
I don't know
That's why I'm
what you're talking about.
You know,
I really don't know.
Everything she just said.
Can I just say something?
Hold on for a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
According to compliance, the case was supposed to go to a hearing the day after this one, and it was adjourned. That's the last one.
And I'm not saying that those are, if they want to go to hearing, they can go to hearing on it, but my problem is it's clear that something occurred as well on those dates. So everything she's saying, you can pay the 10, if he goes to 10,000, we all agree on it, which I don't think I'm going to. They're going to pay 10,000 and I'm going to cancel them the next one, assuming that they lose. So I don't know what, this has to be a financial decision at some point.
Ask them what happened on the other.
She doesn't know about it.
She doesn't know about it? She doesn't know about
Yes, hold this in the
I thought this was all the same thing. I have no idea. I thought this was one thing that we're doing all together.
No, we don't have anything
No,
else.
you have a number of charges that are still pending.
Can we hold this in abeyance until we find out what the nature of those other charges are?
You already know it because somebody replied to the pleading.
I don't. The thing is I guess when the papers came, they thought it was one thing, and it just I'm not understanding what's going on with this
And
other thing.
it's a completely different date. It was in October, so
Yeah.
this was supposed to be a restaurant. I don't believe that it is a restaurant.
I swear to
It
God,
may be a
I
restaurant
swear
today.
to God.
It may be a restaurant.
Ma'am.
It may be a restaurant today. It was clearly not on that date or around that date.
It has been. It has been a restaurant. I promise you, it has been.
Ma'am. Hold it, please.
They can overrule me.
So, Commissioner Ford, you're at 10,000?
Yes.
Let me take a moment.
What's the next one about?
I don't know.
Just David, where is he? What's the other one about? Do you know what the other one is about? Go talk to him. I'll talk to him.
Without opening. It's not true. They wouldn't let me open because I didn't have the permits.
You want to say that?
Yeah, I'd like to. Really like to.
All right, it's got something from Jeffrey Fox, the Hayes hearing is scheduled for September 4th.
Your mic is still on, so you may want, if you're going to have some discussion between yourselves, you may want to step
Here, the mic's right in front.
Okay.
Oh. Sorry.
What were you saying?
What?
What were you saying?
I wanted to say about the permits from the building department.
It's still being recorded.
When they all come in, I'd like to say that because I want them to know we aren't capable.
Being recorded. They're listening to you right now. It's just-
Freezing. gotta go. Tell me when I can talk.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with council regarding case item 1454.
So one more. Excuse me, can I just say one more thing, please?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Just so you know, I didn't get the permits from the building department until October. So I wasn't allowed to open the building at all until October. October, when I was allowed to open, is when we opened. But we didn't have permits. We didn't have anything issued from them until then. So when you see that you gave me the license at a certain time, I wasn't actually allowed to open until then.
You got the license. Didn't you fill out a form saying you were ready to open and operate?
Absolutely, I was. But then they found something that they wanted me to fix first, or they wouldn't give me so I fixed it quickly, and then they gave me the licenses right away, and then I was allowed to open in October.
That doesn't help your case. It makes it worse. We're open 2 months and you got 2 cases. Yeah.
Well, we didn't know. I mean, we just opened. It's not something that ever happened since. It was on, in the beginning, and it never happened since. Nothing ever happened.
I think the members are ready to proceed.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you intend to run it as a restaurant or a catering hall?
I intend to run it as a restaurant with catering, with if they're doing like a birthday party, 50th anniversary. But I will ask a lot of questions before I allow anyone to do that from now on, I assure you. But a restaurant.
And we can file a change in method of operation and stipulate to a minimal number of private parties. And we can stipulate, I have 12 points in my presentation that I submitted, 12 exact things that they'll do. Wednesday to Sunday, 5 to close, at a minimum as a restaurant, food available at all hours of operation, and it's 12 different things. No promoters. We're going to keep a binder behind the bar with all the security guard licenses. They did indicate they were going to have security originally. We're going to, there's a whole bunch of things that I propose in there, very specific things to get them on track. Yes, they got off to a very bad start those first 2 months. It hasn't been repeated because they haven't been repeating that behavior.
I had a meeting with the mayor of the town to see how we can work out and work on being more productive with the community. And I'm going to join the chamber. There's a few things I'm going to do to make this more prosperous.
That's all wonderful and great. You can't have promoters in terms of...
No, I agree with you. Absolutely. You're 100% correct about that. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know.
Could you let the commissioner
And that's
speak,
not an
please?
excuse.
Ma'am.
I agree.
Ma'am.
Turned over
Sorry.
control.
Sorry.
I mean, this is a business decision for you. I mean, we can take a big fine today, but there is still another case coming up. So if you take cancel and bond, you don't have the potential of paying a fine and then getting canceled next time when it comes up.
Okay.
Do you guys want to discuss it?
Can I speak or no?
Yes, you can speak.
Oh, okay.
I
believe
the other case, so...
Yeah, no, I just called my husband. I believe that case was about permits, and I did have the permits, so we sent them in to you. So I believe you have all that, and I believe that's what it was about.
We don't know what it's about, and nor are we supposed to consider what it's about right now, so we're not going to. But we do have a pending case.
Yeah, I feel like you're maybe at a disadvantage because you're not in the same room with your representative here. So I'm going to give you time to go talk to him on the phone outside. And
No, I'll
then
take
you
the
guys
fine.
have a discussion, and he will tell you exactly what could potentially happen. And then why don't you guys do a second?
Well, I would appreciate it if I can just take the fine, if that's okay with you.
But what she's telling you, you may pay this fine and lose the place anyway down the road.
Yeah, so talk to your representative.
I understand.
He's up here representing you. Why wouldn't you take the 10 minutes and talk to him?
Can we pass this?
Say again.
Can we pass this?
No, I would.
Yeah, second call.
Opportunity, second call. Thank you. Second call. Second call. Welcome.
Okay. Pardon?
The next item in Albany, 1412 Creek Liquors Court. And again, there was no opposition to this, so is anybody in New York here for Crete Liquors Corp?
No, there's no one here.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner.
You're adding 2,400 square feet,
But only 600.
but only
retail?
The retail would go from
Can you just
450.
put your name on?
Mark Gross, Young appearing with Bhupinder Kaur for Crete Liquors. Square footage would increase from 450 square feet to 1,276 square feet. We had also
Say that again?
At present, the retail square footage is 450 feet. In total, with the addition, it would increase to a total of 1,276.
The retail.
Correct. Then there'd be storage space in the back. I think we have a total square footage first floor of 1,400, the balance being a rear storage area. And it would all be to the left of the present. In terms of monetary construction costs, it's really a minor alteration, less than $10,000. But when we were going from 450 to 1276, we indicated that it was something that needed approval. We provided photos of the space as it is now. The premises has been increasing in sales every year. We may not have given the figure of our projections for 2018. We anticipate total sales will be about $1,200,000. It's about a 30% increase per year. The increase in space is really meant to have more retail space for the inventory, which is really stored. It has to be brought up on a regular basis. So this would be beneficial to the store and just for the sake of the customers who really have to squeeze through smaller aisles at the present time.
So what I don't get is, based on what you just said, if that's the case, why is the retail only increasing by 600 feet rather than 1,500? I mean, I'm looking at this application and it indicates to me you want storage.
Well, the storage is a benefit, but the retail...
But the majority of the space is going to be used for storage of the additional space.
That's
Three-quarters of it.
Well, it's because it's a rear space, and just the way it would work out, they believe that the additional space to the left would be sufficient. And the way the building is laid out, that's the only additional space that they could utilize.
Does anyone else in her family own a liquor store?
No.
No.
So what's all the food? That's the deli next door?
That's what they'd be taking over. They'd be breaking down the wall and closing down the pizzeria that's there now.
So they're pizzeria's going to go out of business.
Correct. So they enter into that footprint.
All right. With a supporting letter from your state senator, I don't see that a lot for expansions. And basically no input at all from the stores that are close to you. The closest one is 2.4 miles away. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
For the same exact reasons, I vote to approve as well.
I vote to approve.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item I have is item 1342. It's a request for declaratory ruling regarding the definition of distilled spirits from New York State label.
Sorry.
1342.
Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Beth Patek, and I'm an attorney with McDermott, Will & Emery in Washington, D.C. I'm here today on behalf of William Grant & Sons and its affiliate, Tuttletown Spirits. Specifically, I'm here to talk about our declaratory ruling request of March 28th, in which we seek confirmation regarding the SLA's treatment of a brand of whiskey produced by Tuttletown. I thought it would be helpful to start by just giving a little bit of background about Tuttletown Spirits and William Grant. Tuttletown is New York's first whiskey distillery since Prohibition. It's been in operation for nearly 15 years. Since its acquisition by William Grant's parent company 2 years ago, Tuttletown's business has been steadily growing. William Grant is a fifth-generation family-owned company. Its history is in distilling excellence. William Grant is invested in and committed to growing the Tuttletown brands, including Hudson Whiskey. The company wants to focus on keeping production in New York and maintaining a brand home at Tuttletown's New York distillery for the Hudson Whiskey brand. As production has increased at the Tuttletown's New York premises, though, William Grant has made the decision to move bottling of Hudson Whiskey to its own facility in New Jersey. Another quick important aspect of Tuttletown's focus on...
Well, you're not just bottling, you're adding things to it as well, correct? Filtering it and adding water to it?
Only standard bottling operations include adding just a little bit of water to the bulk product in order to allow for incremental proof loss during the transportation, and then filtering the product and putting it in bottles. It doesn't change the nature of the product as a product.
So the one question, and I think we can skip the background of the companies. Your argument indicates that these are all, you want it to be New York State products still,
yes,
correct?
That's right.
So you're going to make it here with the ingredients that you're required to do under New York State law to make it a New York State whiskey.
Yes.
But it's New Jersey law.
Ship it in bulk to New Jersey.
For post-mixing.
And then bottle it in New Jersey and then sell. You're going to distribute from there or distribute it all from here?
Yes, so William Grant is the national distributor for the Hudson Whiskey brands, as well as Tuttletown's other brands. So the plan is the vast majority of the products will be sold by William Grant from the Edison, New Jersey facility, once bottled, to its national distribution network. So it'll be sold to Empire, who is William Grant's distributor in New York, as well as distributors in other markets. There will be a very small portion of the products that Tuttletown would like to sell at retail, as it currently does under its farm distillery license. And so for that small subset, Tuttletown would like to re-import the products and sell at retail. But
as a New York State labeled whiskey?
Yes.
And the rest of it's all going to be New York State labeled whiskey as well that doesn't come back here?
Right. The rest of it will be sold elsewhere, both in New York and in other markets, but all through the.
So my only question, I guess, is in order for us to regulate this, where are the records of the whiskey that's going to be manufactured in New York and then shipped out? Are we still going to have all of the records in New York State that we need, should we need to look at it?
The records in terms of the sales?
The manufacturing.
Yes.
The ingredients, what was used.
Yes. Tuttletown keeps careful records of its production operations, as well as its sales, both for federal purposes of federal law and also New York. All of the manufacturing will continue to take place in New York. All of the records will continue to be maintained at Tuttletown's New York distillery. The only change is that the products will be shipped in bulk to New Jersey for bottling and then subsequent distribution.
So Commissioner Phan's question, I don't think, and I'm asking these two gentlemen, the water is not one of the ingredients we concern ourselves with in the whiskey.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions?
So you said just a small amount shipped back to New York State?
Yes. I mean, more will be shipped back to New York State. Hudson Whiskey, as I understand it, has fairly wide distribution in New York, but the vast majority will be through the three-tier system, through Empire. We'll be selling it to retail.
I mean, what they want is they want Tuttletown to be able to sell this as a New York State labeled product at their distillery,
right,
even though they're shipping it out of state and shipping it back.
The focus on the company's purpose is to give consumers a full craft distillery brand experience, including tours and tastings, and that's been a very important feature of the Tuttletown distillery. So they want to be able to continue that.
Why do you want to send it to New Jersey? What's the cost savings?
I think the main reason to send it to New Jersey is because as production is increasing at the Tuttletown distillery, they're simply running out of room in terms of their current bottling capabilities at that facility. William Grant has an existing bottling lines and an existing plant in New Jersey where they bottle other products, and it just makes more sense logistically to have more bottling capacity for the brands.
Have you explored building a new bottling plant in New York State?
So there, as I understand it, and I can also get a representative from Tuttletown to weigh in as well, who's here today, but as I understand it, there is one additional bottling line that Tuttletown is going to maintain mostly for the consumer experience. So as you go and take a tour of the distillery, you can see the full distilling operations to include bottling. So there will be a small amount of bottling maintained in Tuttletown. But Dan, would you like to weigh in on this is Dan Christensen, who's the purchasing and compliance manager for Tuttletown.
So we're still retaining a small line in Tuttletown to do one Tuttletown product as well as Hudson products.
All right, we are back on the record on item 1342 after a conference with council.
Does anybody have any questions?
You ready to go ahead and vote then?
Anything you want to add?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I hope the company will consider eventually building a bottling facility, an additional bottling facility in New York State.
Actually, sorry, Commissioner Finn, one thing I should mention in terms of whether the company has explored that, they have looked at either expanding capacity at the current distillery. Unfortunately, there are major space constraints, and they have a limit of they can only build out up to 10% of their current space. So in order to hopefully maximize production of the product and growth of the brand as a great New York craft whiskey, the company has chosen to instead transfer bottling to New Jersey.
Well, when you hit your next level of growth, I hope that you'll consider coming back to New York State to bottle. And in the meantime, I am going to vote to approve with the caveat that we keep all books and records within the state of New York and accessible by our investigators if they wanted to look. And that books and records should include what ingredients you're adding, if any, and the weight of what's going out and the weight of what's coming out. And with that, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Fan, they would be required to do that under the current obligations of the books and records service. Absolutely.
So, as Commissioner Fan stated, I would hope that one day do it all here in New York. Even though I'm from New Jersey, I'm never going back there, so I don't care what you think about it. So, I'm going to vote to approve as well.
So just so the record's clear, I'm going to read from your submission about what the question was. Would the SLA consider a distilled spirits product distilled, aged, and blended in New York and then removed in bulk from the state to be bottled outside the state, a product manufactured primarily from farm and food products in New York? In other words, a New York State labeled liquor. And, I'm going to vote to approve as well, and I think as long as the manufacturing occurs here and abides by the law here, then where you bottle it it's kind of irrelevant based on that statute. So I think you're fine.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Springer? All right. We're going to move on then. I have two more matters that were signed in Albany, but also have appearances in New York. I have to make sure nobody else has signed it. I have New Hope, Brooklyn, and R&D Liquors. Anybody hear of anything else? All right, then. So we'll hold off on Mr. Springer's item. All right. The next item, both in Albany and New York, is 1478A, New Hope, Brooklyn, LLC. Anybody in New York who is here for New Hope Brooklyn, step on up to the table with the podium is.
They're of opposition.
Is everybody in New York in opposition, or is anybody in support?
I'm here in support, along with my wife, who's also here.
Anybody else? Is there anybody else?
I'm here in represent as the opposition.
Okay. Is there anybody else?
There's no one else.
Okay.
So why don't you put your name on the record?
Good afternoon, or good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Finn, Commissioner Ford. My name is Michael Ferrari on behalf of the applicant. And I'm here with William Safiros, who's the sole member of the applicant, and his intended general manager of the restaurant. His name is
Aaron Kurzenga.
Okay, so why don't we're going to hear from the opposition first. Go ahead. Can you put your name on the record and go ahead?
Oh yes, my name is Alexandra Videra, and I represent the condo that's basically next to 1012 Hope Street. So under 6 Hope Street, there is 6 families living there, and we already submitted letters with concerns why we are really afraid what will happen after Mr. Zafiros will open the restaurant that he proposes. And I believe that like during our 500-foot hearing, we submitted lots of documents. I don't know if I should go through all of them. I also no. Okay.
We received all your submissions and we read the 500-foot hearing, so you can assume we are aware of all of that.
Okay, wonderful. So the only thing that I wanted to address and like why we are really concerned is we did a sample of the noise. We recorded the sound, the noise sound, and it came as extremely low. I believe you have it also like in the documents that I submitted. So it was the maximum like right pretty much in the front of our building at 60.6 decibel, but it's extremely low. We believe that if Mr. Zafiros opens the restaurant and the restaurant will be allowed to have about 90 people, I believe that's what it was in the application, sitting, dining, and drinking outside, it will be impossible for us to actually open our windows and have some peace and quiet. We also wanted to like ask about the restaurant itself, because after reading the menu that was submitted also on the application by New Hope, our concern is that it's not really a full restaurant. It's more like something that will be operating based on small dishes or small plates. Therefore, we think that the main sale will be steered towards alcohol, towards cocktails. It's going to bring just more people wanted to drink. And from the history, we know that it was, again, a nightmare when the previous bars were open under 1012 Hope Street. And,
you in your submissions, you and the other people that also submitted constantly mentioned the former licensee and the history that they had. And yes. We have absolutely, and Tom, we looked that up because I think I'm correct, that we have no history with them. We had no complaints in our agency about them. Now, I'm not saying that the police didn't get any, that may be, but we don't have any of the history that you're talking about.
All right, so what we understood over like now close to 9 or 10 years of being at 6 Hope Street, anytime there was a concern, we're supposed to call 311. And that's what we kept on doing. Eventually, I think there was such a number of calls from the neighborhood that I myself got contacted by the detective from the precinct 9 who told me that in case of any noise, I can call his cell phone directly. I mean, like, unfortunately, I don't know how to retrieve all our complaints.
No, I'm not telling you that they weren't made to the police department. All I'm telling you is that however long that restaurant was open previously, they have basically what amounts to no adverse history with the liquor authority.
All right. Well, I can just say that the noise level was incredibly high, and we kept on calling 311, and we saw the police coming. And we are really afraid that the same thing will start happening again after Mr. Zafiros will open his patio and the restaurant inside the building.
Okay.
We also, and I believe that I submitted this to Judge Damplo, we're looking at SLA website and we're trying to see the licenses that were permitted to the previous owners of the bars at 1012 Hope Street, and we saw like significant gaps. And this is again just purely based on what we saw on SLA website, and you have it in the documents that I submitted.
What do you mean gaps?
So
I think I can assist on that.
Go ahead.
When you sign on to the SLA website and you put in the license number, it shows you the original application. So the original application was 10 years ago, but then it shows you the issuance of the license in effect, and it shows you, less than 2 years ago. So it looks as though...
Oh, because of the renewals.
Right, it was renewed, but it doesn't
so
demonstrate that it's been renewed.
Yes, ma'am, there wasn't, my belief is there wasn't gaps. The previous licensee was licensed in 2011, and it surrendered its license in January of 2018.
Chairman, in response to
Right, but
the only thing we had besides that renewal was there were 2 complaints back in 2012, 2013 about after-hours operation. The solar premise, there was an advised letter sent out by enforcement.
Okay.
There's no other complaints, charges, anything else.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
well, so I'm sorry, I guess, but like I don't understand the technicality of what we see on SLA website, because what we saw is just a permit, monthly permit starting from 2010 and ending up in December 2011, and then we didn't see anything from basically until 2017.
No, I'm telling you that they were licensed from 2011 until 2018, January of 18.
Okay, I have to take your word. All right, so...
No, you don't. But
Well, I'm forced to.
I'm telling you that's what our records reflect.
Okay, all right. So I think that if you have all our documents, there is nothing else that I can add. What we would like to ask you and Mr. Zafiros to like limit the amount of people that would be allowed outside. Please also take into the consideration it's really small residential block. The L train is actually not working over the night and very limited over the weekend. So we'll have a problem with parking. There will be lots of Ubers. It will increase the traffic. The JCC school that serves our community, Jewish Community Center, there are kids. They are playing outside. So this is just like right next to the restaurant.
Did the former licensee have outdoor seating?
Yes, and that...
Yeah, the two licensees, both with outdoor seating.
But we believe that this was exactly the problem, because when people start drinking, it doesn't matter if there is like 3 of them or like 10 of them, it becomes louder and louder. Also, they tend to go out and smoke right under our windows and have very, very loud conversations. And I know that there is a security put in place and everybody will try to keep all patrons in a control, but reality is different. And we have 10 years of the experience that it becomes quite impossible to have a life without, say, like, imbalance. We are not against like restaurants and like any drinking establishments. We just believe that it should be some sort of the equilibrium. So we are entitled to like residing in the places that are quiet, especially in the evening. Like I'm a mother. There's like lots of new families with little children. The patio is directly surrounded by several buildings and they all residential.
It's the lowest building amongst those buildings around you, is that correct?
Yes. So
correct.
It's a one-story building. The patio, the yard that she's talking about is surrounded by taller buildings. Not particularly. The one in particular is about 3 stories. The other side is...
looks like it's about 5 stories.
I believe. That sounds correct.
Okay. Anything else, ma'am?
No. Thank you
Is
for allowing me to
is
speak.
there anyone else there that wants to say anything?
Yes.
Not in support, as an objector.
No.
Okay. And how many people, Miss, how many people are there with you?
Today,
Yes.
unfortunately, I could come on my own because we got a letter notifying us about the full board meeting on Friday night. I've been in touch with Michael Smith from SLA.
All right, no, I got, we got a lot of letters from your group.
Right, I believe that they couldn't like take time off, or they're currently traveling.
No, I understand. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Do you want to hear from the landlord of the building?
No.
That's just here to speak in support.
Maybe later, but not right.
Again, I'm Michael Ferrari in support of New Hope Brooklyn, which will be operating as 10 Hope Street. I'm standing here with William Safiros, Bill Safiros, who has been my client for a number of years, and he has been licensed, as you have in your records, numerous times. I believe the total number is 10 times. Bill Safiros is as good a candidate for an application as I've seen.
I mean, this is
years.
going to come down to, you can tell me how great he is, and I'm sure he is.
I'm happy to tell you how great he is.
Based on the number of licenses, he probably is. But when you look at this, and I went online and looked at where it is, and Commissioner Ford has it up right now.
Right.
This is problematic, and to me, and when you look at the outside space, which is now larger than the previous licensees,
right.
You have more people, significantly more people, I believe, like 30 or 40 more. I think they were limited to 50.
I don't know that they were limited. The
But you have more.
We have more.
And you have DJs, live music, small group music.
127 capacity with the bulk of the seating outside.
And
right.
You are surrounded by residences.
Right.
I mean, this just looks to me like it's completely inappropriate.
I understand. Can I address?
Yes.
I can address any number of these issues. The first thing.
And you have every elected in the area that doesn't want it. But go ahead.
I will address that right now. I understand that Mr. Lentil it's not his district. His district borders the particular address, but it's not his district. So I would argue that the authority shouldn't take that into account.
Okay.
That being said, with respect to DJs, live music, etc., there's no music on the outside, period. There's no recorded music, no DJs, nothing on the outside. All of that will be on the inside. We have demonstrated to the authority the soundproofing that's taken place on the inside. With respect to the
I'm
outside.
not convinced. I read that report and I in its entirety, and I'm familiar with the company, and I'm not convinced that that is going to be helpful. But
Okay.
Go ahead.
I respectfully disagree with the chairman. With respect to the inside, I think there will be zero problems with noise. With respect to the inside, the walls have been reinforced. We are following every recommendation of Mr. Firestein.
How do the people that are going to the backyard get there?
There is an entrance. There are two entrances. There is one on Hope Street.
So they have to walk through the restaurant, out a back door, and
correct.
And your servers would have to do the same thing.
Correct. In addition,
so that door would be open.
It will be self-closing, but it will be open. But let me
hundreds and hundreds of times a night.
Let me just add some clarity to your question. There is an entrance. There is a gate entrance on Hope Street, which allows you to enter the yard, and the people would so many. And there's going to be a host stand in the warmer months when they are using the outdoor area, so that people will be not only able to walk there, they'll be encouraged to. The design will encourage people to walk through the gate and into their seats without going into the restaurant. The only time they'll go into the restaurant is to use the bathroom if necessary. I respectfully disagree with you with regard to the report because it's extraordinarily detailed, and it is based on the efforts of Mr. Firestein, who went to the site, who used his recordings of the decibel level that would be expected from 90 people. He used those recordings, and he reported in the report as to what the effect will be on the neighboring apartments. That's before we do anything. That's before we invest $1 in the space. However, in addition to that, he explained that we need to line the walls with materials that reduce the cavernous effect that we've been told by the residents that occurs. That there is a echo back and forth. We have begun that process to line the walls with materials. There will be no music outside. There were speakers outside previously. The previous tenant had speakers. We have removed them. The terrace that borders the yard, which is one of the residents, has outdoor speakers, but we choose not to use them. Furthermore, I would ask you to look at the photos that are in Mr. Firestein's report, and you can see that there are no windows bordering the yard until the very back. There are windows that face, they don't face directly on the yard, but they face towards the back. I think that further attenuates the sound. I'd like to allow Bill and his intended general manager to speak a bit about how they are going to secure the atmosphere, how they are going to create a civil atmosphere that will minimize any imposition on neighbors. If with the chairman's permission.
But let me ask you. I mean, my concern is that this is going to be a nightclub at night, and part of the reason that my belief is that you indicated in your application you plan on, or your application to the community board, you plan on stop serving food at 11, but you're going to be open till 2. What are you doing for 3 hours?
Just to add some clarity to that point, the kitchen closes at 11. In the restaurant industry, that means if you walk in at 10:59 and say, I want a meal, you get a meal.
Why are you open till 2?
I will let Bill answer that question if that's acceptable.
You know that was Tom.
I do. And I want to be clear that this is a food first establishment. So
nothing I'm reading in here indicates that.
Lose the DJs. There's no DJs. So lose that. I brought in a top chef, Harold Dieterle, to come in. We've rebuilt the entire kitchen. We have a state-of-the-art kitchen. The marketing is going to be for food. There's nothing like it. My background is in music. I have a jazz background.
Well, that's why nothing here indicates that this.
But I also have a jazz background.
I see you also run a concert promoting company.
It's called Smooth. Yeah, it's marketing. It's a smooth jazz concert company, and I do a lot of smooth jazz. It's Williams. I don't want to focus on that because it is. We built a restaurant. I put in a brand new kitchen.
In your application, you say that your responsibility is hiring, firing, booking, entertainment.
Yep.
You didn't say you're running a restaurant. You're running a performance space, essentially.
It is, and I have pictures to show that it's not a performance space of what it looks like. I built
the diagram demonstrates the inside of it. It's a restaurant.
We've also we put a hood in. There is no stage. We rebuilt the interior space. This is a hood right here. The kitchen is going here. It'll be it's framed out now. Harold is a known top chef winner from the television show. He is building our food product. We put the menu in there. I allowed for live music because I have access to it, and it's something that's special. And Williamsburg doesn't have a lot of jazz. And this is something that I have a background in. And while it wouldn't be gigantic concerts, the place is too small for that. I know a lot of people, and I thought it would be something that would be welcoming as special events. That is not the primary focus of what this establishment is. I brought in, when I went there, I stood outside of the building and asked the community what they wanted. And the primary thing that they wanted, what I got out of that, was a restaurant. And I built that, and I've had a lot of time to do that. I've had a lot of time over these months to build that, to hire the acoustic consultant to follow that.
The community board voted in support in November.
Ms. Alexander, who just spoke.
I did.
In her letter, she says, former bar owners visited our home and agreed that it was unbearable to live in my apartment when there's music being played at the restaurant. So I would think that is enough information for you to maybe not invest in this space because, New York City, sometimes there are just some places that are not good for the type of business you want to run.
I soundproof the wall with triple insulation. There's images in your package that do it. And again, This, to me, primarily, I'm happy to accept stipulations. This is a food-first establishment, and that's the evolution of what this is. It started off as a garage. It turned into a bar, and it has progressed with the community to reflect the community, to be a beautiful build-out, to be fully insulated, to have a state-of-the-art kitchen, and to have a known top chef to cook great food for the area, to attract a clientele that is not going to accentuate the fears that you're seeing. I'm happy to do that. I'm ready to do that. And I believe that I'm one of a few people that can actually do this. I have a tremendous amount of background in public assembly. I have a background with indoor-outdoor restaurants. I have a background, I've been licensed.
What other indoor-outdoor ones do you own? All we have here is LLC, so I don't know what.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ambrose Beer and Lobster at South Street Seaport, Clinton Hall at South Street Seaport. I rent, those were all indoor-outdoor. And I started with Beekman Beer Garden, which was a beer garden, which was a more festive environment. When I moved to the Uplands, we progressed.
So that was a Supercraft Group, LLC?
A Supercraft was something that we did at the Seaport. It was on the cobblestones of the Seaport. We had Super Space and Super Space 2. Super Space was Ambrose Beer and Lobster. That was indoor-outdoor. It specialized in lobster, rolls, fresh lobster. And then Clinton Hall was a family-oriented restaurant with burgers and craft beers indoor.
Oh, and I mean, and as your lawyer pointed out, your record is
it's near spot.
Yes, no, I would say it is spotless.
Mr. Chairman, I am, and Commissioner,
and that's over
a long period of time in a number of places. Years. And I would also point out that Community Board 1 repeatedly supported his license applications after seeing him operate. After seeing, and there are...
So describe to me the music that you are planning on playing, assuming the DJs are not going to be there?
No DJs.
So so it's all going to be acoustic jazz?
I wouldn't call it acoustic jazz, and that's not the primary focus of this. The music that will be in the place will be on speakers, and that's what's going to be on the everyday operation. I put the live music in there because I have the access to it, and because it's special, and it's not happening in Williamsburg, and that's unique. And I thought that would be a great special event thing. And I'm a musician myself. I didn't make enough money in it. I went into another business, but I know.
In this business, we have a failed musician right here.
I have a lot.
He's not failing.
He's got a pretty good gig now, though.
I'm kidding.
So I have we're not going to be doing. We don't even have a stage. We don't have a sound system. This is
how many times a month?
4. This is a special event thing. So I didn't mean to sound. This is not a music first establishment. I'm thinking maybe it's once a week as a special event. Special event to promote. So I work a lot with. Just for example, maybe you have a sideman come in, someone like Spyro Gyro's band that I work with all the time. Maybe Julio Fernandez, who's a guitar player, comes in and does a special gig. He has an album coming out. All these guys that but I don't want to focus on the music because this is a food atmosphere. I have a brunch that I have a tremendous menu for a brunch. If you see my price points on my menus, it's going to attract a clientele that I think is reflective to the community, reflective to everything that you heard in there from Alexandra. If you look at it, it's something that I think everybody would want to go to. And just to circle back to the music, if there's a special event where there is someone, a musician playing, we would promote that as a special event. That would happen once.
What are you doing in the winter?
In the winter, we would have
Because it seems like I'm sorry, 44T.
Right.
44 seats inside each.
There's a full restaurant on the inside.
No, but I'm saying, so you would shut the outside would be shut for a period of months? Or?
It would be, I would go as long as I can. I mean, that's been my experience that, we could probably get it to.
And we've examined the possibility of outdoor heaters. I mean, that's more common.
So I'm looking at pictures here. Which buildings are yours? That one and that one? Or
May I approach?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go.
This, and see, this is closed.
Gotta speak up so they can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is garage.
Step back to the podium.
Oh, sorry. That small building.
What's this right here next to it?
That's the yard,
What?
the outdoor space, and that's the gate.
That's a gate behind.
It's not a
it
building.
is the yard.
So the outdoor space would be on the ground?
Yes, on the ground.
Underneath, next to the other building, that's a solid wall with no windows?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Is this a proposed menu, or is this what you're?
This is what we're doing.
It's our first iteration.
Yeah. It's gonna.
I mean, I'm not going to hold you to it, but this is basically what you
Yes.
want to do.
Yeah.
It's more developed than the initial menu that we submitted to the community board.
It's a lot
It's
more
the same general area of the world. As recently as Friday is when we sent the most updated menu.
I know nothing about music. I'm a restaurant operator. There we go. And that's why Mr. Zabiros brought me on. Worked in the city for 10 years. I reside in Community Board 1 in Greenpoint. Ran a large outdoor space with 0 issues with the SLA. Our biggest community issue was I had one customer, whenever it was too loud, he'd shoot me a text, I'd turn it down, and that was the extent of it. So I was at B-Barn Grill for 7 years. Prior to that, I was at what is now the Standard East Village for 2 years. And as I said, that's why Mr. Zabiros brought me on, is to run a restaurant. And that's what I do.
And the city of New York has decided that this space is an appropriate space for food and beverage on the inside and on the outside.
They don't get the last call.
They don't. I think it should certainly factor into
There were
your
speakers
decision.
on the wall before, outside, the previous licensee in that outdoor space, and they're saying there's not going to be speakers.
They're already gone.
They're gone. They've already been removed.
No, the stipulation, the community board asked for no speakers, loud music, or background music in the backyard.
I'd also like to reiterate that I myself live in Brooklyn. I have 2 sons, 14 and 10, and I wouldn't be up here and put myself in a position to embarrass them with running in an environment that is not conducive to the neighborhood and the community, and is not the right reflection of the community. My vision of this place, this is in an area of Williamsburg that has some restaurants that I think are good, and that's the style that we are trying to create here. And that's why I brought in a top chef, so that we could be a top-tier restaurant. So it's yes, ma'am.
Sorry, you, in your letter, mentioned 40 employees?
I did. Initially, I put on the application like fewer, but the assessment has
Why do you need
increased.
40 employees?
I mean, that's our estimate on servers for the outside area. I mean, we need servers, bartenders, runners, bussers,
How many in the
hosts.
kitchen? You have
Hosts. I
staff?
mean, I need cooks, I need dishwashers, I need porters during the day, and I need a management team. That's my estimate. That is
And not everyone
combination.
works at the same time.
But you're doing lunch too, or no?
We do brunch.
We're doing
on
brunch
Saturday
and
Sunday.
dinner to start.
And lunch, we're not going to start.
But during the week, it's just dinner service?
Correct.
Just dinner service.
And what hours? Sorry, do you have security guards?
We're not going to have security guards on a regular basis because it's not going to be necessary. But if we were to do a special event, then we would bring in security guards, for instance.
It
I'm
says
sorry?
here that you've asked for 3 security guards.
I did. I had indicated that on the original application, but I believe I also indicated that it won't be a normal occurrence. If we say no and there is a security guard one night, we're violating. So I say yes for that purpose, to allow us that.
But if you say yes and there's no security guard, you're violating it. So it's better to tell us what days you want them and don't want them.
Well,
which it sounds like he only wants them at special
I
events.
believe we'd only need
We
them for
only
special
use
events.
them for special events.
So the other thing is, you were proposing to close sooner than the previous place here. There were 4. You were proposing, what, I think a maximum of 2?
2 on the inside, yeah.
Correct.
And 11 on the outside?
11 on
During
the
the
outside
week.
during the week.
We requested 1 on Friday and Saturday.
No, 2, wait.
2 would be the inside space.
Oh, you want 1 outside?
Friday, Saturday, and 11 during the week.
Correct.
Sunday through Thursday, 11 p.m.
I mean, that's what the community board signed off on, I take it.
Correct.
And would that barrier still remain up across the front for the outside space?
The gate?
Yes. So you still have, you can only get in from through the restaurant, inside the
Well,
restaurant?
we would like to keep the gate open during the hours that we're open outside, so that we open it up so that people can see the yard on the inside.
And also, to be clear, I think this should be addressed. We would like, when we close the yard at 11 on most nights, 1 on Friday, Saturday, we would still like customers to be allowed to enter that side through the yard with the authority's permission. So that they, and it will be designed such that they will go straight to the door or leave straight from the door.
I'm sorry, say that again?
So if you look at the diagram, there's a door on Hope Street, and there's a door within the yard. I think we discussed this a little earlier. Within, so beyond the gate, you enter the gate, and you can enter the restaurant from the yard. It is their intention now that even when we shut down the yard at 11 or at 1, as the case may be, that people may enter through the gate, through the yard, and enter that side door.
How's that access point going to be controlled? Is there going to be a host stand or something like that?
We would have a host out there, and we'd have a garden, so it would be a welcoming garden entrance that delineates that path.
And they'd be
There's
corralled.
two doors to the restaurant. They want to be able to use all of them at all times.
But it's for an aesthetic. It's to be pretty.
The lights on the garden will be out. It will be clearly closed for business.
We would absolutely close it. The garden close whatever time we're told to close it.
Right, yeah, no, I understand, but the point of closing the backyard is so that there's no one there. To then allow entrance there, is people then will just be standing out there smoking and hanging out and enjoying the pretty lighting. It defeats the purpose of closing.
We can prevent what you're talking about. I think it's easy to prevent that if there's somebody on staff.
We can have someone monitor it and
In
enter on
the
duty.
event that you have really good business, maybe people will come from another place and then they're already drunk and they're hanging out in the backyard waiting for a table.
We would not let that happen. We could delineate it. That's not the environment that this is going to be. That's not how it's going to be marketed. It's not positioning.
And I want it to be popular as well, but I just want to frame
We
it so
would
that
make sure we have someone keep an eye on that area.
It's a side yard too, Commissioner. It's not a backyard, it's a side yard.
There are no windows. There's no windows on that yard.
Yeah, I understand the no window thing, but that's not how noise
Right.
works.
Right, but I fully understand your concern, but I also understand that there are many places that take an active role in these sorts of things and can prevent
Well, let me ask you
people
this.
hanging out
Is
there.
the door on the side of 6 Hope Street?
No, it's on the.
It's on the other side?
Yes.
All right, well, that's helpful to you. Can we just take a moment and discuss this 200-foot issue? Yes, we were talking about that, please.
I'm in New York, and
Hold on. The members are
I
going to
would
take...
very,
Hold on for a second. The members want to have a brief conference with their counsel. Sir, are you in opposition to this?
in support, and I've owned the building for 15 years, and I can address the issues of the
Hold on,
prior.
Sir. Stop.
Yes.
Okay. The members just took a conference with counsel. They've already indicated they don't want to hear from the landlord. They mentioned that early on. Sir,
I don't know.
They mentioned that early on, okay? We're now back in the record on 1478A. That's where we recess the conference of council.
Do you want to hear from the landlord?
Yeah. We can hear from the landlord.
Step up to the microphone, sir.
Thank you very much, Commissioners and Chairman Bradley. I'm here with my wife. I'm Jonathan Cohen. I own the property with my wife, Maria Cho. I'm also a real estate attorney who helped to acquire the property and to get approvals from the New York City Department of Buildings and from the SLA dating back to 2006 when an SLA license was originally issued. And I think it's important for the board to understand that in 2003, when this property was purchased, our neighbors were a 10,000 square foot industrial manufacturing building next door, which is 14 Hope, and 6 Hope was a parking lot which parked commercial trucks.
How is that relevant now?
Well, because
it's not now. Now it's apartments.
No, Your Honor, just give me a second to get up to date. When we built this building over the course of 4 years, the neighborhood welcomed us tremendously. And you're correct, over the past 10 years, there is no record of complaints. We built the property. We actually converted an auto body shop to this restaurant. We spent a fortune to build it. The entire community welcomed us. And over the past 10 years, licenses were issued in 2006, 2008, 10, et cetera, right up to 2016. And there was no material opposition. Everyone had my phone number, including residents next door. I didn't get a phone call for 5, 6, 7 years about a single complaint. I'm not saying that the neighbors who are here and who wrote letters don't have concerns, and they're valid. But they moved into the building with a bar that had a 4 a.m. license a few years ago after we ran it for 12 years. Now,
Sir, and I read your letter. Unfortunately for your argument, that's not the way this works.
Chairman,
you can't sit there and tell residents, tough on you, you moved into a building that is next to a bar when you're trying to put a new one in there. That's not the way it works.
Chairman, I appreciate that. We also have neighbors who wrote letters in support, and we have the community board, including Tommy Torres on the board, who lives in the community, who wrote a very compelling letter, who's been in the neighborhood, who welcomed this place over the past 10 years. I also believe you have a number of letters from folks living on the block and who've lived in this neighborhood for 10, 20, 30 years.
All right, we have all those letters. Thank you. But I need to hear from the licensee. I understand your point. We have those letters and we've read them. There are just as many supporting as there are against it. I don't deny that.
Right. And Maria, you want to?
I grew up in Williamsburg since the 70s. I went to school there since elementary school, and I just want to say I'm a mother too, and I'm very aware of how the neighborhood transitioned from the 70s till now. And when we ran the bar ourselves, and when we rented to a hospitality group that we thought would do a better job. Now, when they left and we put the bar on the market again, we were very conscientious to really select a tenant that would really make the neighborhood better, create an eating establishment that is much needed in that area. And I looked into Bill's background. I visited his other establishments. They were beautiful. They were very well run, and that's why we chose him to be our tenant. And I'm sure he will really run a great place. There are opposing neighborhoods now, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's approved and he's running the restaurant, that they would soon to come and enjoy the establishment themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just make one last point? I believe the owners who bought the building across the street, who plan to renovate and bring in dozens, if not many, many new tenants, also took a close look at Bill's application and believe that the new owners and occupants who will live right across the street think that this will be a wonderful addition to the neighborhood. So I really urge you to please give Bill a chance to run what we think will be a much better place than we've ever had, and a place where Bill's already made a lot of compromise. Last point, I also added insulation to the roof, and Bill added a ton of insulation to what was a beautiful brick wall that we loved. But because of the concerns expressed by 6 Hope, Bill added many, many inches of very thick insulation that will, frankly, I don't think looks as good, but it will be good for the neighbors next door.
Oh, and we've been to the establishment recently, and he has made the place 1,000,000 times more beautiful and soundproof than we did. So I hope the neighborhood could enjoy it and give him a chance.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, say again.
I said I'm happy to answer any
No,
questions.
I don't know.
Are you ready to vote?
But I do want to reiterate that it will be food first, and I will abide and do a tremendous job for the neighborhood.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, Commissioner Fan.
I will mention that you, as you know, the 500-foot ruling came out against you, and your elected officials don't really want this space.
Well, we will
Your
make
direct-
it clear that the one is not, it's not in his district.
Yes.
Was not aware.
But the senator certainly
Yes.
is your senator, right? Your direct neighbors are against it. Having said that, you come with obviously a really good history with our agency, and we certainly want to be supportive of you expanding your business. And so I will vote to approve with the following stipulations.
Initial conditions.
I'm going to narrow the community board stipulations to 1 a.m. across the board inside, 11 p.m. Across the board outside, no speakers, no loud music, no or background music allowed outside. Outdoor space must have seated food service. I believe that you've already done soundproofing, and you will have to add umbrellas outside and anything that you think can control the flow of the sound of the people talking. So everything else that the community board stipulations allow, and I will limit live music to only Friday and Saturday. I am willing to have a discussion with
And you're removing the DJ from your application, is that correct?
Correct. You can add that to the stipulations.
What about the security guards? How do you want to deal with that?
As needed. That's what he wants.
And I'm okay with that side door. That
Are we clear about the kitchen being open at all times?
Our intention was to
Serve
cut
food.
off at 11, so if you walk in at 10:59, you get a full meal. But
I mean, you don't need the chef there till 1 or 2.
No, right.
But as long as somebody can get food.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep it. Absolutely.
Yeah. No DJ, no promoters.
No, that's already in our application.
No dancing.
Absolutely.
We're
That's
gonna have
already
jazz, so who can dance?
I don't know how to
Obviously,
dance
like
to
jazz.
jazz.
You can play a rock player can play like what? 3 chords in front of 2,000 people, or a jazz player can play 2,000 chords in front of 3 people.
That's players only going to play major sevens.
So I'll approve on those conditions as well.
May I make one request? I'm very happy to have heard what you said, but with respect to the live music on Friday and Saturday, can we approach it differently? My client is suggesting instead limited to 4 nights in a month, but it may be on nights other than Friday and Saturday.
Because the people you want to play are going to have real gigs on Friday and Saturday.
It's really.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
Correct.
I
mean, you're talking about people that are relatively famous and they're going to have bigger events to do on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, they're in famous bands, but
Right.
they're not necessarily the famous people.
So they're not available on the weekends. I get it.
let's just limit it to 4 times a month.
I'm fine with that.
All right.
Thank you.
So where are we at, Tom, on this?
I got 1 a.m. inside, 11 p.m. outside. No speakers or music outside. Right? The soundproofing, live music 4 times a month, no DJ, security guard is needed, food available at all times, no, there's no dancing, and then the other CB stiffs as modified by that. So there's something.
All right, you good?
That's perfectly
All right,
acceptable.
I'll approve on those.
We're all good with that?
Yeah.
Looks like you've, from your pictures there, it looks like you built out a really beautiful place, and I'm kind of giving you the benefit of the doubt that you wouldn't put that kind of time, energy, expense into such a place if you didn't plan on operating it correctly. It wouldn't make sense to me. So.
Appreciate that.
Thank you all very much.
We're issuing a personal questionnaire for your manager. Personal questionnaire.
He's on. We can provide that tomorrow.
And I would say that if you want later hours, come with the support of 6 to 8.
I understand. That's
If they say it's okay.
that's what we'll do. If
Thank you
it
very
comes
much.
to that.
Good luck.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very much.
Have a good day.
For those in New York, a lot of you are here on Lucky 7 Restaurant and Bar. I just want to, that's a disciplinary matter where the licensee has been offered to resolve some charges. And I think you're here to support that. There's no application or anything that's being considered. It's just whether or not the members are going to consider that offer. So, no, are you going to, you're not going to entertain comments from the public?
I don't know what they want to say. They're welcome to write in, I guess, but I don't.
Well, I mean, it's on today, so. Anyway, Mr. What's that? Mr. Springer, are you ready to come back up here? Are we calling item 1454?
Commissioner Fan, we would ask that you...
Hold on 1 second. What number was this?
This is item 1454. We're recalling it.
Okay.
It's
Oh, I got it. Okay, go ahead.
We'd ask you to join Commissioner Ford in post the time, and we'll prejudice whatever rights you may have if that other case ever comes before you.
All right, I'll go to 20,000.
20,000.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to cancel bond, so 20,000 it is.
Are you agreeing to 20 or are you voting for cancel?
No, I'm going to cancel bond. I'll, they can.
Thank you.
What happened?
20,000.
What they say canceling the bond?
No, it's 20,000. That's what it is.
$20,000 penalty. You'll get a letter in the mail that you have to pay it. If you don't pay it, your license will be revoked.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Is there any way, Your Honor, is there any way to ask for a lesser penalty?
The members just voted.
Okay, sorry. Have a good day.
The next item, also in Albany and New York, 1459, R&D Liquor LLC.
Good morning. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the applicant, R&D Liquors LLC. I have with me the sole principal and owner on this application, Rich Donovan.
It appears Mr. Lynn is here with some friends.
With his entourage, yes.
You guys might as well sit. I don't want you to have to stand all the time.
I need a bathroom break. Sorry.
We're going to take a brief recess.
Give me a moment.
You saw you were coming, so we're going to take a break.
I told you.
All right, we are now back on the record after a brief recess. We're here with item 1459, R&D Liquor, LLC.
Charles Lynn here for the opposition. I represent 7 of the closest liquor stores. 5 of my clients are here. Do you want them to put their names on the record?
Sure.
Churchill Court, Mohican Wines and Liquor, 3065 East Main Street in Mohican Lake.
Shubha Inc., 3565 Crampon Road, Cortland Manor.
Stephanie Gazigli, Ginny's Wine and Liquor, Jefferson Valley, New York.
April Kim, Shopping Center Wine and Liquor, Cortland Manor, New York.
Lance Cerruti, Suburban Wines and Spirits, Yorktown Heights, New York.
This area is well serviced by
Mr. Lynn, let me stop you there. The last 3 people, how far are their stores away from this place?
I have a list which I have as my schedule. It's 0.6 miles, which is Ruth's store. 3.1, 3.3, 3.7, 3.8, 3.8, 3.9, 4, 4, and 4.1. And that's the reason why there were so many gross sales figures, because there's so many that are really grouped up together.
Okay, go ahead.
Yorktown Heights is an unincorporated small community in northwestern Westchester County. The 2 major thoroughfares running parallel east and west from the Taconic State Parkway in Yorktown Heights are East Main Street, also known as Route 6, and Crampon Road, also known as Route 202. There are 6 stores along East Main Street, Route 6, and 4 stores along Compound Road, Route 202, as per my area survey, which I annexed as Exhibit 1, and I really would ask that be reviewed because I think that gives a perfect perspective of all the stores and the relationships, especially in this area. A license was just denied for a bordering location on Compound Road, Route 202, just a few months ago. That was Park XY Corp. at 3700 Old Compound Road. This applicant is 3333 Compound Road in Yorktown Heights. Its serial number was 1310086. That was a 5,000 square foot store, only 0.9 miles from applicant. Applicant herein is a 9,800 square foot store, twice that size. One of the main reasons for that denial was that the authority had just granted a new license to another retailer around May 2018, a few months prior to that meeting. The board stated that they would like to see how and if the new store impacted the community before even considering approval of another license in the same community. In fact, that store did not open until November 2018, 6 months later, and is only 8 months from taking possession now, which would seem too early to affect this area. As far as the 5 closest nearest stores, there are 5 destination locations for these stores. The Cellar Door at 374 Downing Drive, Yorktown Heights, which is off Compound Road in 202. The 6th closest store to applicant is a 7,800 square foot store in a major shopping plaza. Kimberly Liquors Corp., the 4th closest store at 3008 East Main Street, Route 6, is in a large shopping plaza whose anchor tenant is Kohl's Department Store, with 2 auto dealerships adjacent to it. It has a 6,000 square foot store. MCC 168 Inc., the 2nd closest store at 330-65 Main Street on Route 6, is an even larger shopping plaza known as Cortland Town Center, with anchor stores Walmart, Barnes & Noble, Home Depot, and 11 Screen United Artists movie theater, just as a few examples. It too is 5,600 square feet. In addition, the newly licensed liquor store, Yorktown Discount Liquors, at 1761 East Main Street, Route 6, is a 2,500 square foot store in a strip mall right in the middle of the village of Mohegan Lake, a destination area of small retail and eating establishments. And finally, Beach Wine and Liquors at 1885 East Main Street, Route 6, is in a shopping plaza with a super stop and shop, drive-up CVS, which is open 24 hours a day, drive-through KFC, and about 15 other retail stores. All of those 5 liquor stores are in destination areas serving this community. 3 are being substantial stores, as I said. Celador, 7,800 square feet, Kimbry, 6,000 square feet, and MCC, 5,600 square feet. Attached on the contiguous boundary of the town of Yorktown, the town of Cortland, Peekskill, and Mohegan Lake as far as population and demographics, as shown by the population statistics, which I annexed as Exhibit B. All of the areas have stagnant population growth. Within those towns are the villages of Yorktown Heights, Cortland Manor, Peekskill, and Mohegan Lake. Given the extensive number of 10 liquor stores within this area, 5 of which are destination liquor stores, and the fact that the third closest liquor store just opened in November 2018 and was the main reason why another applicant on the same road just 0.9 miles away was just recently disapproved by the board on September 2018 football calendar, it would seem that another liquor store is not needed in this area, especially a big box store of over 9,800 square feet.
Thank you. Is there anybody else there in opposition?
No.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Levy.
You sit down. Mr. Lynn was in agreement for it. I'm not disordered. Okay, good morning again. Joseph Levy here on behalf of R&D Liquors. Rich Donovan, sole principal, here with me. We believe that this license serves the public convenience and advantage for a number of different reasons. I'm assuming you all received the rather large submission that we presented last week and had a chance to go through it? Yes. Okay, so apologies for the amount of paper, but it all we thought was very relevant. This license application is about more than just an area being underserved. That would be a pretty simple argument, and probably not one that really applies here, actually. This is about a number of factors that I outlined in my cover letter. I'll run through them quickly, and then we'll dig into some of the differences between the stores in the neighborhood and why, in my opinion, you should consider this to be a public convenience and advantage. So number one is this location is within a shopping center where BJ's is the large anchor tenant. As you heard from Mr. Lin, most of the other stores in this neighborhood are also in shopping centers with a big anchor tenant, whether they're a grocery store or a Costco or some similar outfit. This BJ is the most successful and highest grossing BJ's in their collective, and that number is only growing year over year. I think, what was it, $85 million last year?
Up 8%.
Up 8% from the year previous. So it's a massive, massive retail draw to the shopping center. There is no other liquor or wine store in this particular shopping center, although there are other tenants that are rather large draws as well. In addition to the BJ's Wholesale Club, they also just installed a gas station that did $20 million in its first partial year open. So that's additionally bringing traffic off the highway, making this a rest center, a break center of sorts, providing another convenience for people to do additional shopping.
Sorry, the gas station did $20 million?
Yeah. Yes. And that is responsible for BJ's growing their gross revenue of the store 8%. In addition, there's a Tesla charging station here, which as electric cars become more and more popular, that's an additional added convenience and advantage. It's undeniable, as we've seen in countless instances, that putting a wine and spirits store in a shopping center with one of these large retail grocers or wholesale clubs is a public convenience and advantage for people. It's not people who live
within a mile that are doing their neighborhood shopping. This is not New York City. This is not Brooklyn where people are walking to the shopping mall or walking to the grocery store, rather. People are getting in their cars and driving, on average, 20 to 30 minutes to shop at BJ's. So they're already in their car. They're pulling into the shopping center. This is a great convenience and advantage for them. As far as an operator goes, as you've seen from Mr. Donovan's resume, his letters of support from places he's worked previously, people he's worked for. He's worked in all three tiers of this industry. He has an incredible knowledge of wine and spirits, working, starting on the retail side of things, and he really appreciated the customer service opportunity that he was given at a very early phase in his career, and he would like to provide this neighborhood, which is also the neighborhood where he lives, with this type of service and this type of store. So as far as he goes, and wine director that'll be working closely with him, they have incredible experience and they're both from the immediate neighborhood. ATAP and TIPS trained, sommelier certifications, other educational certifications. The character of the store. It's important to consider what every one of these stores is like. We gave you a pretty detailed write-up that I don't really think I need to rehash about why his store is going to be different than the other stores. And to make it very simple, we did a cross-section of the products he is looking to carry and the products that are carried by all of these stores. We double-checked it with wholesalers to see, or distributors rather, to see who's filling orders for what products and what SKUs of what we'd like to carry are being carried nearby. And I included a rather exhaustive list of brands and manufacturers and SKUs that are represented anywhere in this neighborhood, and he's going to be doing that as well. He wants to create a very approachable and comfortable store. You heard about how big it is. There's a bit of a story here, as you read in the submission. This was a huge space that he couldn't take. It's very deep. It's 180 feet deep. Where the egress points are and the restrooms are, to make them accessible to the public and be compliant with local building code, he would have had to either build a very, very narrow store that goes all the way back or take more than he originally wanted to. After some back and forth with the landlord, they agreed on a plan where he could take a larger section of real estate than he wanted to, but he could design in a way that would make sense. So yes, it's a big store, but I'd like to give you a breakdown of kind of how it will play out in real life, because there's a lot of dead space. He's going to make it a very comfortable store, so the aisles are going to be a lot wider than you'll find in this neighborhood. So it's not actually going to play like a big box store or a warehouse. He's not going to run it like one. He's not going to carry the mix of products that you'd see in a warehouse. There's going to be an office area that's 150 square feet, an interior vestibule that's about 100. There'll be bathrooms of about 120 to 150. There's a tasting room of at least 600 square feet. There'll be a back storage facility of 1,300 to 1,500 square feet, which will leave you about 7,000 or so for the actual retail store. And again, by the design, there will be some dead space. So this will not be one of these situations where there's product lined up to the ceiling and it'll be an uncomfortable experience. He also plans to install the kind of educational program in his store that is not found at any of the neighboring locations. There will be a wine room, there will be wine tastings. He has relationships with people who own vineyards and winemakers who are going to come in and teach classes. He's going to be promoting New York State wines in a way that no one else in this neighborhood is doing. The closest we found was someone had 100 SKUs. We're planning on 500 SKUs. We're planning on education to not only the regions that people know about, Long Island, Finger Lakes, but some other parts of the state that people don't know so well. So there will be a large educational component here. As far as inventory, as I've mentioned, there's really not going to be much of a crossover with SKUs at all. And as far as the development of this neighborhood, I mean, as you can see from the submission...
So let me stop you there. How is that possible? That you're not going to have a crossover? I mean, everybody's selling the same stuff.
There will be some crossover, not exclusively no crossover, but that list I included, that was double-checked with distributors that no one of these closest stores are carrying products by those manufacturers.
How many are on that list? I mean,
Hundreds.
But in a 7,000 square foot retail space, you're going to have 1,000 SKUs. How many SKUs are we talking about?
500. There'll be a bunch. He can speak to actually the makeup of the wine inventory and how there are some stores that don't carry a bottle over $20. There are some stores that only carry the esoteric, real craft versions, and everyone's sort of missing this middle of the market where there are actually quite a few products that he plans to highlight. The development, you can see in the submission, residential development, commercial development. Yes, this board did deny a license right up the block, but that was about a year ago. That wasn't just a couple of months ago. And there's been quite a few events that have happened since that time. So number one, the store that had just opened or was just going to open has now been open for 9 months. And it's worth noting that that's not a brand new store. It's a smaller version of a store that was in the same exact location for many years previously that couldn't make it there. And the Lowe's has opened now, as well as the whole shopping center that's within. A number of other shopping hubs have opened. Tons of real estate development has come online or is almost finished or has just opened that were not in the cards a year ago as well. So there have been a lot of developments. And again, this is not Manhattan, this is not Brooklyn, this is northern Westchester. So this type of development and this many units coming online is significant. And as you can see from the letter of support, which I hope you had a chance to read from the local Chamber of Commerce, this is a goal of the community to create more of a shopping experience in this corridor and to fill these retail spaces. And it's one of the more enthusiastic letters of support I think I've received from a local organization. It's worth noting that the space lends itself to pulling off the highway. People are doing that anyway. So it's not just people coming for the destination of shopping at BJ's or the other stores in the shopping center. It's also a convenient place to pull off, whether it's for the gas station, the charging station, or whatever it is. Local support. Aside from the letter from the chamber, we have really unsolicited letters from residents. You see in there actually a survey conducted by the landlord of the shopping plaza, who basically handed out to shoppers a list of potential retail stores they would like to see in the neighborhood. And the number 2 most popular choice was a wine and spirits store. So, Trader Joe's. So we feel that considering how different we are going to be as a store from the people nearby, the fact that we are going to be the only liquor store in this plaza with a lot of big draws, including the BJ's Wholesale Club, the fact that there's been incredible development in the neighborhood, you have an amazing operator here in front of you, the fact that the size is going to be broken down in a way that is not going to be, the business is not going to be conducted in the warehouse style, and it's not a big box store. He's not a descendant of a family that has a chain of places. This will be a one-man show, and he does live in the neighborhood as well as his wine director does, and they look forward to further cementing their roots here by not only working for other people in the neighborhood and living in the neighborhood, but opening their own business in the neighborhood.
The retail space increases the total square footage of all the several closest stores by like a third, from like 23,690 feet to like 7,700. That's about 32% of that would be increasing the footprint between the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 closest stores.
Well, the other stores you can see, they're all in that 5,000 or 6,000 square foot range.
There's only one that's comparable. Cellar door at 1,700. Although the others at 5,600, 6,000, yeah, they're large too. So.
Yeah, and just.
I'm not stating that as a negative or a positive. I'm just stating it as my firm grip on the obvious.
Sure, I appreciate that. So I think at this point, before I let Rich speak a little bit about the concept and his background and what he wants to do in the store and why it's so different than the others, I think it makes sense to have him kind of walk you through this map. We've plotted on this map all of those closest stores, and you may see that they're 3 miles away, 2 miles away, whatever the case may be, but in practice, in driving, that could actually be 20 minutes in this particular area, or getting on a highway or going the other direction. It's going to actually play a bit further, so I think there's value in you doing that, Rich.
So here is my location right here with the shopping center. The closest store, Parkside, which is a very small store, under 2,000 square feet, has a lotto machine and whatnot. That is a small mall that doesn't really have any major draws in it. The larger stores, if we go down here to what's called Cellar Door on the application, is down on the other side of town. So on a day with no traffic, you get in, it's a 10 to 13 minute ride with no traffic. On busy days, this route gets busy. On a Saturday at 3 o'clock, I've timed it. It takes over 15 to 20 minutes to get there. The other potential stores are way up here on Route 6. You would have to either jump on the highway and come down Route 6 or drive down this very busy road which connects to the Bear Mountain Parkway, which goes further into Cortland. There's a couple of stores in Peekskill and Cortland that were on the application that are off the map. But to get up here to these locations, again, 12 to 15 minute drive with really no traffic. On a Saturday, Route 6 gets logs jammed up here on Lexington Avenue. So, our customers are coming from all over. They're not jumping off the highway, going to BJ's and they're saying, oh, let's jump here and go buy our wine and liquor. Our customers are going to come from, way and beyond, 20-minute drive away from.
Where's the next closest BJ's?
Next closest BJ's is either in Danbury, which is 40 minutes, or BJ's itself is down in Pelham. There's a Sam's Club about 35 minutes south on Route 9.
So, in the BJ's shopping center where you're proposing to be located, you pull in and are you like right next to BJ's? Is it one long?
No, it's a separate building. Yeah, I should have ordered that.
So
you have it in your material.
Yeah, we have that.
And it's worth noting that we have no affiliation with BJ's.
I understand. Yeah, I got that. See, the other store down the street, Parkside, are they like street entrance kind of like
an outdoor strip mall?
Their big draw is a lotto machine. It's a very different character of store.
So, let me just revisit. Parkside is down the street from you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you say 2 minutes?
Half a mile drive.
And then I missed the part where you talked about Mohegan wines and liquor.
So Mohegan is up here. Shopping center is here. I think it's important to note that Mohegan, the current owner is a new owner, so their sales report only shows a year and a half of sales. But it was an existing store that had moved from a different location in the shopping center. That shopping center has a Walmart, Bed Bath & Beyond, Home Depot, Five Below. It's a very large shopping center. They are right next to an Acme supermarket. So those customers at Acme, for convenience purposes, will continue to shop there, not going to affect them. Shopping center is
You're talking about how long is that drive to there?
12 to 15 minutes without traffic. 12 minutes with zero traffic if you leaving at the middle of the night.
Where's Yorktown?
The Yorktown meaning the cellar door?
No.
Yorktown Discount. So Yorktown Discount is up here. So that is an 11 to 13 minute drive either through this back road or coming up the highway to Route 6. And Mr. Levy noted that store was actually a store that went out of business 2 years ago because the original owner moved from another location further west and didn't make it. It's not a busy shopping center where people are going to buy their wine and liquor.
Basically, you have to go on the highway but switch to another route to get.
Yeah, you have to go. Actually, if you went on the highway, you'd have to go actually a little north to Route 6 and come down, or take this windy back road through residential areas.
And cellar door, you said, is down there?
Is down in the heart of Yorktown. Yorktown is broken down, and it's in your materials that were submitted. Yorktown, the town of Yorktown. Yorktown Heights is a hamlet within the town of Yorktown, and it's broken down into 5 what they call business districts. This is the Yorktown Heights district. The town is just the town of Yorktown. So I'm in what they call the Compound 202 corridor. So this is down windy 202-35, very busy. People coming to shop down here aren't going to make.
That's in another plaza?
They're in a plaza. They have a Turco's grocery store just across a little road. They also have an Acme supermarket there. They have a Kmart. So they have a lot of draws there.
And shopping center wines and liquor is?
It's just down the road from Mohegan. It's attached to a building that has a Kohl's department store. They've been there a while. That store, it's probably the busiest store for like generic, large selection of the brand names. Very small, very cramped. They don't even have shopping carts. The aisles they've got inventory all over the place. The shelves are 2x4s, plywood painted.
And how far is that away? How driving distance?
12 to 15. Again, you
so
go.
They're essentially right next to Mohegan Wine.
Yeah, and it's also important to know. So Mohegan has the Best Buy, the Walmart, the Acme shopping center. A large shopping center just opened up across the street from them, called the Cortland Crossings, and a humongous ShopRite that's very busy there. So that's an additional draw. That just opened up October, November. So that's something that's going to continue to give that area, healthy customer flow. Okay. So the first thing I knew when we filed the application at 9,800 square feet was that everyone was going to say, oh, it's a big box store. And it couldn't be further from the truth as to what we're going to do. My wine director, David, whose information you have in there, a friend of mine is actually the guy who got me interested in wine 20 years ago when we both worked at Stu Leonard's. I worked at the food store, he worked at the wine store. He had come from Zacky's as a buyer there, dealing with some of the top buyers in the country. And so we kept in touch over the years. He managed a store just near my house in Somers. So we've been bouncing this around for several years now. My plan has been in my head for about 6 years now. And my intention was that, I'm going to be a full-service store. Someone shopping in that shopping center who wants to buy fine wine, best classified Bordeaux, can come in and talk to David. Somebody who buys Carlo Rossi, who wants, to be able to grab their Carlo Rossi, can come in. And the key is that they'll both be treated just as importantly as everybody else. I wanted to give them an environment where they come in that would be clean, well-lit, friendly. Tastings, every store does tastings. No one can say, I'm going to do tastings. That's not something unique. But what we did was we built a training room now. 600 square feet is a lot, but again, that's part of the whole space being larger than I really wanted. But we're going to have, obviously, great tastings. People come in and taste products. Education. We're going to have our own little training university called All Seasons University that people can, we'll set up different training levels, just like any of the formal training bodies do, and customers can come in, take these classes free of charge, learn about the wines, and then go out into the store and pick up some new stuff to try. Focusing on the product, what we're going to be doing differently, and I've been in this industry almost 20 years. And I know every distributor, I know every manager in the area. So I was able to sit down with all the distributors and go through what's important to you. What are the key brands that are not being sold in this area? And I submitted a list of 574 brands that I confirmed were not being supported in the area.
So are those the ones that you're going to focus on?
So those are, well, we're going to focus on in terms of those are brands that David and I sat down with them and said, yeah, we're going to carry those brands. And then supplement in whatever else is important out there. The key is that 9 of the 10 stores are what David calls cookie cutter stores. You go in, you're buying a Kendall Jackson Chardonnay, you have it, Pinot Grigio. They've got the selection for you.
How many of those brands are in your products?
I'm sorry?
How many
of my brands?
Yeah.
So Mr. Levy mentioned that the number one distribution SKUs of New York State products that I found in my serving all these stores was just a shade over 100. I'm going to have close to 500. I went down to the New York State tasting in the city back in February, and having worked in the distributor side, I do know a bunch of the New York State producers, and I was the only one from Westchester there. And I submitted you a list of New York State products that I'm going to be carrying, and I mean, I already have appointments with these people if I get approved to carry their products. Lamoureux Landing, Josh, we had a great conversation. We saw each other. He's up in the Finger Lakes. I'm going to touch on some great distilleries that aren't being distributed here, like St. Lawrence up on the border. Jody Garrett, amazing guy. His products aren't distributed here. So you have a list of almost 40 suppliers that aren't being represented in that area that I've already had conversations with, tasted their products. We're so excited to have somebody in this part of a key demographic in New York that their products aren't being represented here. I hope that answers your question.
Any questions?
I'm good.
We ready to vote?
Yes.
Say it again. Can I make additional comments or reply?
Are you going to repeat what you already said?
No, I am not.
Go ahead.
First of all, I find it very interesting that none of the population statistics were given. If you look at my schedule, I had said that I looked specifically at the villages and hamlets that were within the town of Cortland and the town of Yorktown. And if you look at Shrub Oak, and if you look at Yorktown Heights, and you look at Cortland Manor, and if you look at Peekskill, even the city of Peekskill, all of those are pretty much stagnant. Matter of fact, 1 or 2 have gone down. In addition to that, nobody brought up the sales figures of the closest stores, which in this case I think the authority looked at 5 or 6 because there's so many stores that are bunched up together as far as distances from this store. And if you look at the sales figures,
Mr. Lynn, I think we can all recognize, and I don't know how this is going to turn out, but I think their major argument here is not it's going to serve just this population. Their major argument is that this is a shopping center with a anchor store that is going to pull people from probably an hour away, and they're going to serve that populace. I mean, I don't. So I understand your point, but their convenience.
Chairman, we got a little problem.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What was that? A kid or a child? Is he applying? So their convenience argument is because of the BJ's. I mean, that's the gist of it.
No, and I understand that, and I'd like to address that because I sometimes put that into the total argument that they're going to have all sorts of other wines and stuff and liquors that the other stores don't have. But I also want to put something in proper perspective because this is an area that I've lived in for 45 years, so I'm pretty aware of it. And it's not really true that the other stores are 10 or 15 minutes away. Ruth's store, which is the 0.9 miles, probably takes a minute because there's no traffic light to get to it. You can go on numerous areas to get over to Route 6. One of the things that's very, very important is that Compound Road 202 has a Lowe's and has a BJ's. But if you go along, as my map shows, all along the route to Peekskill, the northern part of that road is marsh and landfill. It's Main Street and US 6 has 5 to 6 times the number of retail space that Compound Road has. In addition to that, the gentleman just said that Cortland Crossing has just come in, another huge development. Well, where's Crossland Crossing? It's right on US 6, Main Street, where the other main stores are. Nobody's going to be going from Cortland Crossing over to 202 when they have the availability, as you see from the map, of 6 stores that are already there. In addition to that,
He's basically saying that he's not going to affect the other stores, and you're basically confirming that.
He is going to affect the other. First of all, it's really not concerned with competition because, as I said, the gross sales figures and the population are stagnant. So it's not that we need another store to increase demand. There's no evidence on record to show that there's a greater demand. In addition to that, the distances between the stores have not been set forth correctly because they haven't mentioned about Lexington Avenue, which you can go up from Compound up to US 6 and from US 6 down to Compound. It's readily available. Other than being in the rush hour, maybe 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, that trip is no more than 2 to 3 minutes. That's no more than that. And again, most of your retail space is on US 6.
It takes 2 to 3 minutes just to get from the parking space to the exit to get onto the highway. I mean,
the minimum time here, just for the record, is the Google Map minimum time with no traffic.
And they don't take into account waiting in line to get out of the parking lot.
I mean, I think the argument here is, and when you look at the other stores, the majority of these stores, including the applicant, are all placed in major shopping centers.
And BJ's is a member. I apologize, but BJ's is a membership store. That shopping.
But the point I'm making is the population numbers of the area are less important because of that.
No, I understand that, but also what is important is BJ's is a membership card retail space. In addition to that, that did $85
million in revenue last year.
With BJ's, and what I'm trying to, but let me just explain something. That other shopping mall has had a horrendous record in the last couple of years, and this is the reason why the space is available, because a lot of those stores have left. Why would a lot of stores have left if, in fact, this is a main destination area? It's a destination area for the BJ's people, which number hasn't changed, and yes, there is a gas station there, but that certainly isn't reason enough to compare that destination area to the other 5 destination areas that we see on Yorktown Heights, right in the middle of the hamlet, and on US 6.
I don't think no one is comparing the destination areas. All it's trying to point out is it is a destination. Now, whether that's enough remains to be seen, but...
And that's what I'm saying, that I don't believe...
That's not our concern. We're not loaning the 1.5 million.
I mean, my only issue, I have an issue with the size of the store, which you've explained is problematic.
And again,
well, it's more than just problematic. Ruth's store, which is 0.9 miles away, probably will have to go out of business. I mean, you're talking about a 9,800 square foot store compared to a 1,000 square foot store. Now, I know competition isn't important, but she's been there for many, many years, as has the other stores. And if this store isn't licensed, you're depriving the population of the availability of liquor and wine in this area. You know, look.
I find it hard to believe she's going to go out of business. Her sales have gone up $100,000 in the last 4 years total, and people that want to go to her store are going to go because they don't want to go in a plaza and park their car and walk across a parking lot to go to a 10,000 square foot store. And I'd be one of those people.
So there are arguments for and arguments against, and those, unfortunately, the members have to weigh. And when I'm just saying that, to me, it feels as like that there's a lot stronger arguments that there really isn't any demand for a brand new liquor store in this area, just given the nature of the only construction.
No, we got it. Thank you.
Are you ready to weigh the arguments?
Yes, let's weigh.
Okay.
Who is giving you the money? Loaning you the money, I shouldn't say give.
It's a personal friend.
And he doesn't have any interest in this? He's just writing you a loan?
Just,
Do you have to pay interest, or are you just...
Yes. I think the promissory note is in there, paying 6.5%. And I lost...
Stephen Nicholas?
Yes. Excuse me. He's a personal friend of the family, and like I said, I've been planning this store for years in my head, and we've been talking about it for years. And I lost my job last September. I worked for a supplier, Blindsided, which helped me put the final pieces together to do this. And he, he's just there to help me out. And
have you considered other locations?
I looked at locations. I know Westchester very well. I know every retailer in the county, and that's like the only shopping center with the grocery store that doesn't have a liquor store to service the customers.
And again, we wanted a smaller footprint, and there was just not one available. The landlord worked with us to make this one work, but it has to be set up a certain way for the egress points in the bathroom. But he's actually occupying a lot of that footprint with 4-foot service aisles, which nothing else in there.
6 foot aisles.
6 foot service aisles, which nowhere else has. And there is dead space. He doesn't want it to play like a huge store, and he's not going to pack the thing with products in the hopes of being a big box store.
And in the landlord's eagerness to fill the space, they had 30,000 square feet space for a while, and they got a gym to take a large chunk of it. And they gave me a very, very good deal on the rent for the extra 2,000 square feet that I didn't really want.
And it will play more like the size of the other stores. So
and excuse me, that's one of the reasons, again, that it was not a major destination area. That is a white elephant in that area that unfortunately has not been able to maintain tenants, even with BJ's there.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. And with that,
go ahead.
Commissioner Fan?
you're a local resident in the area.
Yes, ma'am.
And you know the industry obviously much better than perhaps anyone here. You've been on the ground doing this for years and years.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to support you in your venture. I will suggest that you really focus on only the mid-market products that we're talking about, with an emphasis on New York State products. The 2,000 square foot that you didn't want, I'm going to take it away for you. So retail at 5,000. You can go back to your landlord and see if they will give it to you for free. I imagine they want you in there then. And so I'm going to limit retail to 5,000.
Can I ask a question about that? Is that okay?
Sure.
So, like I said, there's a lot of dead space with the enormous construction of the service aisles and things like that. Can we factor in some of that dead space in the retail space to make it so that there's 5,000 square feet of product area where customers can go, so we can actually back that out, the dead space?
Well, that's not right.
Mr. Lane? Don't ask you anything. Commissioner Ford?
There have been 2 other stores licensed the past less than 2 years. Granted, they're 4 miles away, both of them about 4 miles away. But I'm looking at the gross sales for the ones that turned it in. Everybody seems to be going up. We do have chamber support. It is a destination location. Primarily, I guess you're targeting BJ customers because they're the only ones who would be coming to BJ's. So, with the reduction in your footprint, as Commissioner Fan has suggested, that swayed me a bit. So I will vote to approve as well.
Just because, so it's a 5,000 square feet on the space being used by the products.
Retail. Meaning that, so basically, just to clarify, the tasting room is not going to count.
No, it didn't count before when they
Correct.
presented.
So theoretically, if we were to build out an additional storage area somewhere that took up a bunch of space, that would work.
Right. I'm going to vote to deny it. I just think it's too big. But granted, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, 1364. Mogi Depot, Inc. 1364. Mr. Fogelman.
Morning, Leonard Fogelman, attorney for the licensee. We have a offer in front of you for a $2,000 fine.
Accept.
Next item is 1384. Manhattan Beer Distributors.
This has another offer, a little higher, and we've presented you with a plan for remedial action to make sure that sales like this do not take place in the future.
Well, that was my. They wrote the plan, which I didn't get. So do we have anything from them?
Yeah, it's on the back.
Oh, I see. But why didn't that happen? Why didn't this get fixed in 2014, the last time this happened?
I can't answer that question.
Well, I'm assuming, and I don't know, but I'm assuming when it happened 8 times in 2014, they came in and said the same thing, that they were going to fix the problem. And lo and behold, here we are again 4 years later.
Well, they obviously now know that this is a serious matter.
They now know? They now know?
Chairman, when they submitted that last offer, they actually included a list of instructions for their staff about what to do when you're making the list.
So I'm rejecting this. It's $30,000.
Commissioner Fan?
30,000.
Yeah, 30,000.
And now maybe they will know, because if you can't figure out who you're supposed to be selling to, you should be out of the business.
I agree.
Okay. I'm sure they will.
Driver's responsibility.
Thank you very much.
Next item, 13-1420, Heineken USA Incorporated.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Nicholas Bergman from Buckman Law. I'm here with Associate General Counsel from Heineken USA, Jacqueline Russo-Curtin.
What's her responsibility at Heineken?
Associate General Counsel, Mr.
No,
Chairman.
I get that, but is she in charge of compliance?
Yes, sir.
So does she, and I don't want to hear from you, I'd like to hear from her, why they figured out that this was the right thing to do. What internal discussions did they have that made them believe that this was even remotely legal? And I don't want to hear about meetings with our agency, because I've been told that the meetings occurred, but no one ever signed off on anything.
Yes, one second, please. Speak to the time when New York Brewlock was.
Yes, so this was done back in 2013. I was not directly involved at that time, but I know that we took a lot of care to work with council to make sure that the program was compliant. We believed it was compliant based on our review of the statute and conversations that were informal, but with the New York SLA. So that is why we felt confident proceeding with the program.
So you figured out that Heineken could not give the blade to retailers at no cost, so you utilized third-party companies to do so?
Sorry, you asked about Blade or Brewlock, because we never gave Blade to any retailer free of charge. That was not the plan. That was not how we approved the Blade route to market.
But you gave the... So at the end of so who paid for those blade systems?
Yeah, specifically with the one location, there was an indirect but unintentional payment. The notion was that this was being used by a non-licensed entity.
So Heineken did pay for all the booster units. You did pay the third party for those. Somebody paid for them.
In the one particular instance, yes.
It's 960.
Well, I mean, we got 320 active accounts utilizing the Brewlock system that were given away and installed by Heineken.
Yes, sir. So to distinguish between the New York Brewlock system and the Blade, the New York Brewlock system, and Jacqueline can elaborate if you'd like, there were two pieces to that system. One was an air compressor and the other a coupler that was designed to attach to existing tap lines. The Blade is a standalone unit, much like a coffee maker, if you will. So
why did so I get they're different, but why would the Blade go through a third-party vendor, but the Brewlock didn't?
Because the Blade was meant to be sold to the trade.
And you don't know whether they were actually paying for it or not?
Ostensibly, they were supposed to pay for it, yes, sir, and there was one instance, as mentioned earlier, that it was not.
And did the third-party providers pay Heineken for the Blade stuff?
That was my question.
Or were they given to them?
In that one instance,
So
Yeah, I assume that relates to
Yes, I think it
Forest Hills. So, with this situation, they were purchased by an unlicensed entity and made their way to a licensed entity. I believe.
So answer me this question: why would an unlicensed entity buy a beer dispenser?
It was their independent choice, but our direction at all times.
You're gonna go with that.
No, but our direction as a company at all times was that the Blade unit needed to be purchased by a retailer. I just want to make sure you're clear, because Blade and Brewlock had two different routes to market, and Blade, I was involved in the review, and we were very clear with all of our teams and as part of our training and compliance that all units needed to be purchased by retailers from an independent third party, not an agency.
But you never did anything to track it to make sure that actually occurred.
They were purchased from a third party that sold beer dispensing equipment. So
right, but you sold it to the third party.
Heineken USA did not. No.
The equipment was available by the equipment, if you will, the equipment maker, the Blade equipment maker.
Micromatic.
Correct.
So they sold it to the third party, and the third party put it in for the retailer, and no one ever tracked whether they were actually paying for it or not.
So what was that?
Micromatic as the equipment retailer would have tracked that payment. Heineken USA did not.
I mean, to me, this looks like there was, and I hate to use the word launder, but that's what it looks like to me. But I have Mr. Brennan here, who maybe can explain this better to us.
Yes, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan. In this specific case, what happened was Heineken utilized third-party marketing companies for various things. In this case, the marketing company worked with the landlord promoter at the specific venue, Forest Hills. They caused Micromatic to send the units to Forest Hills, who paid the Micromatic for them, and then the third-party marketing firm paid Forest Hills back. Forest Hills then placed them in the venue, which they had a tenant in who was actually the licensee.
And am I correct in saying that these devices can only serve Heineken beer?
Correct. Well, they can serve Moretti, which is also a product that Heineken carries.
Okay.
This happened at one location?
There were a number of blades that we tracked that were actually, all the blades were sold from Micromatic, irrespective of where they went. And it took a while to get all these documents that came from the third party. But what we did find was there were a number of blades that were actually sold to, delivered to Heineken employees as well. Where they went, we couldn't tell.
Do you know?
We actually did track all those, and some of them were destroyed because they broke over time. Some of them were used by employees in their homes for personal use. Some ended up at our company headquarters. So we did track the overwhelming majority of them that were shipped.
How much is one of these things? The cost?
It's approximately $440.
Okay.
Chairman, if I could expand on the Brewlock. The Brewlock is a device that was installed, and basically when you put the Brewlock in, you can only put Heineken beer in it or a product. There are several products that Heineken carried. The information provided by Heineken to the authority indicated that the value of those was somewhere between $400 or $500. I don't know why there's a discrepancy, but some invoices were closer to $4, some were closer to $5. And at some point, Heineken partnered with several of the wholesalers to ensure that these things were installed at no cost to each of the retailers that received the Brewlock.
Is it some reason why you say it's exclusive to Heineken? Is it has to do with some type of like pipe fitting or something like that? Or
yes, yes, Commissioner. As the representative for Heineken indicated, there's a special connector that's utilized on the Brewlock keg. The keg itself is not a traditional keg. It actually has a bladder in it. It's so that what happens is the compressor that's provided as part of the system pushes air into the bladder and then forces the beer out so that the actual beer never makes contact with the gas that's used as a propellant. But because that connector is specialized to the Brulok system, only that type of keg can be utilized there.
So it's not adding carbonation to the beer, it's only just using gas to expel it from the container.
Yes, sir.
It's all because of marketing? Or does it somehow change the taste of what's coming out?
I mean, I'll let Heineken speak to why they felt it was superior to the original system, but as the authority looked at it, what we found was problematic was you put that in there, and then that tap was basically a Heineken tap.
And it sits on top of the bar, right?
No, the blade sits on top of the bar, sir. The blade
Brulok is underneath, I think.
Yeah, the blade was never as popular as the Brulok, as far as I know, and I would let Mr. Bergman expand. I would add that we had extensive negotiations to try to resolve this matter, and while there were a lot of potential charges, Heineken was cooperative, and we worked quite extensively to come to a resolution that would cause them to understand the parameters for the installation of these things in the future.
Okay. All right. So, do you want to speak to why these systems were being created? Is it just a marketing tool?
So it actually is. It was a consumer proposition because when you use the technology that's in the Brulok or the Blade system, it means that the beer actually is compressed. It's a bag and bottle type system where the beer never touches the air, so the freshness is retained. There's no gas involved. It's just air being compressed and pushed out. So it does taste like fresher beer. That was the proposition.
So what's happening now? Because if I look on the website of Micromatic, they're still promoting you guys as a client.
Well, Micromatic sells these systems, but not in New York. I mean, not to my knowledge.
Right. In New York, the New York Brulok is no longer, that program has ceased.
We've ceased our New York Brulok program.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anything else?
No.
Vote then?
Yes.
Thank you for coming out.
We'd like to thank Council's office as well for their cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Yep. I'll accept as well.
I'm good with that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bergman,
Yes, Mr. Donahue.
because of the IT issues that you're aware of,
Yes.
the notice of disposition includes two cases.
Yes.
But one payment for both, and there's
Thank
no.
you.
This can be paid in regular course, right? There's no.
Correct.
Understood.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, 1355, CC 116 Corp.
Good afternoon. Kim Summers for the applicants. I'm here with Brian Stapleton, Joshua Friedman, and Dieter Seelig. I believe that there is some opposition if you'd like us to call them up first.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Krystyna Piórkowska, and I'm with Father Rafał Kandora, who's the pastor of St. Stanislaus Bishop and Martyr Church. I'm a trustee of the parish, and I'm here speaking at the request of the chairman of the board and the principal of George Jackson Academy. Do you have a record of our letters?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so rather than just, if you'd like me to, I can reread the letters, but I'd like to bring up discrepancies in the application that was submitted by the applicant and Father Rafa will speak to the issue of the community and whether or not this is a service to the community, given the number of AA groups that use the services of our parish.
I do not want you to reread your letters, no.
No, very well, sir. So, reviewing the application, if you would, gentlemen, I believe you will note that there is a listing that there is no school within 200 feet.
So I'm going to stop you there. They are applying for what's called a tavern wine license.
I do recognize.
Whether there's a school within 200 feet or not, or a church for that matter, is irrelevant to this license. Now, you can make your argument that the church is too close, the school is too close, but statutorily, it doesn't matter.
No, sir, that was not my argument. I am aware of the statute. What I was wishing to present was a number of discrepancies in the application which lead one to question the merits of giving a license and the services that vendor will be rendering. In fact, it is not my belief that there is a lack of ability to purchase craft beers within our community, that in addition to listing that there was no school within 200 feet, there is a misstatement as to the number of locations where one can purchase craft beers or alcohol within the community. There is a misstatement as to the number of OP licensed and other establishments in the community. St. Mark's has literally the ability to walk out of one door of one building and roll into the door of the next building and be able to buy alcohol. Craft beers are sold basically even at bodegas, never mind larger establishments. I also would like to point out that the information that is given to you that this building at 116 formerly housed a trinket shop is disputed by the very fact of the photograph that you have present there with a sign that shows that this was a Ukrainian fundamentalist church. So when you can't get your basic facts straight, how can we as a community even begin to consider you as a valid intruder into our community? Do you now understand why I brought up the issue of the 200 feet, sir?
No, because it's irrelevant. But I understand your argument, but the 200-foot does not apply here.
No, sir. The relevance is that if you do not state the truth in your application in 6 or 7 points, and then you're saying, oh, well, we'll be serving pretzels, and that's supposed to be food, and maybe some hot dogs, then we have a problem. Okay. This is based on the photographs that they've shown and what they've written. This will be more of an operation to carry out beer. So we've got any number of places where you can buy beer and craft beer and carry it out. So what service are you rendering? What special attributes do you bring in your establishment to the community?
That, ma'am, and I understand your point, but that's not really part of the legal analysis that we're required to do with this type of license.
Okay.
The reason, what we would need, and I'm not saying there is or there isn't, is good cause to disapprove the license.
Well,
and the fact that there's other craft beer retail outlets in the neighborhood is not good cause.
And is there a need to have an establishment open from 11 a.m. to 3 a.m.?
Well, that we will talk about.
We'll talk about all of that.
The block of St. Mark's Place, if you gentlemen, if the commissioners would be willing to come down
I've been to it. I'm aware that it is completely, that there are a number of on-premise licenses on that street. That's why they're applying as a tavern wine, because they know they're not going to get an on-premise license.
And our concern in part is that they will possibly attempt to maneuver around to get an upgrade.
If it's within 200 feet of a church, they will never, ever be able to do that.
Perhaps Father Rafael can now speak to the issue.
Good afternoon. I'm Father Rafael Candora, the pastor of St. Stanislaus Church in Manhattan. Actually, I've been there for a year and a half, and actually I'm getting an experience of working in Manhattan, so I'm happy that you allowed us to be here and to bring this topic, and I'm happy also that Christina told you about this issue. Of course, I have no experience about that as I should, but I am concerned, and I know that it's not this 200 feet from the school, but truly I'm concerned about this upgrading in the future. Because, as we mentioned, we are having 3 groups of AA meetings every week. Then we have Al-Anon meeting. We have also adult kids of alcoholics. So we are also concerned about the problem of alcohol addiction with we have many young people. One of the groups is 75 people, and are coming for these meetings. So that's why we are bringing this concern, and truly we are aware of the future. We actually we do not know what that can bring in the future, and we have many places there already. So also, my opinion is, or the question is, if we truly need another one, right? Of course, it's really loud around. Our rectory is also near to one of the pubs, and truly it's really loud, and sometimes you cannot sleep even at night. So that's why we are just bringing this topic to you to find what we can work about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan, anybody else in there?
I don't know.
Thank you. As you're aware, we're here in support of our application for a beer and wine license at 116 St. Mark's. The only issue that really resulted in us having to come before the board today was that the community board requested that the applicant agree to closing hours of 12 a.m., but the applicant is requesting 3 a.m. hours. All other stipulations they remain willing and able to sign and agree to. This is intended to be a small, mostly grab-and-grow craft beer shop. There is no outdoor space, there's no open facade, and there's only one bar with 10 seats. The only music to be played is background level, and they intend to have weekly tastings and classes in the early evenings, generally around 7 to 9 p.m. Classes will include the history of beer, chemistry of beer, classes about the brewing process, and they will be focusing on New York beers. About 50% of their stock will be local and New York beers. These are also very experienced applicants. Mr. Stapleton and Mr. Friedman have 6 active licenses with 2 licenses pending, including this one. The other license that is pending is for 158 7th Avenue, and the community board for that location did agree to their requested 3 a.m. license. They have never had any complaints.
Where was that located?
158 7th Avenue.
What cross street is that?
19th and 20th. These applicants have never had any complaints before the SLA, nor have there been any issues with the community board. All other establishments have been supported by the neighborhoods and the community. They intend to operate as good neighbors and are respectful of the communities that they enter into. Mr. Stapleton worked for the FDNY for how many years? 19 years, and continues to be active in that community. 116 St. Mark's, as you know, that is a mixed residential commercial neighborhood, and there are other restaurants and retail businesses scattered throughout the block. Regarding the concerns that have been presented earlier in opposition, the whole premise of this concept is beer and craft beer. There is no intent in this location or in any other location that they've had to seek an upgrade to an on-premises license. Not to mention, they couldn't even do so because of their proximity to the schools and the other churches. So that is not the concern. This is a small establishment. There's 10 seats with experienced operators, and really the only issue preventing the community board support, as was relayed to us, was the issue regarding closing hours.
The restaurant is running now? You open already?
No.
No, they are not open.
So you have a public assembly permit for 74 people, but you said there's only 10 seats, 10 customers, or what? What is that?
They're only expected. They only have 10 bar stools. Obviously, other occupants, and there's for employees, but they don't intend. That is just the maximum occupancy, but there is no intent to reach anywhere near that, even at maximum capacity.
It's only 800 square feet.
It's only an 800 square foot space.
And half of it is full.
Yeah, half of it.
And as the applicants are indicating, half of that 800 square feet is storage. So really only 400 is intended to be used.
What are the hours of your existing licenses?
They're all the Craft and Carry brand that we're looking to duplicate here on St. Mark's. Our operating hours are all 3 a.m.
Yeah, but I'm talking about your other ones, your other existing ones.
Well, we have another establishment in Community Board 3 on 2nd Avenue, 13th and 14th. That is a full liquor license, and that is till 4 a.m. 7 days a week.
That's the Irish pub?
Yes.
Finnerty's, yeah.
Finnerty's, yes. Typically, we're not open till 4
What
a.m.
time does the Brooklyn Wine Cellar go until?
That market closes. We were approved for 3 a.m., but the market closes right now at midnight because there's really not any need to stay open any later than that. But that's in a market in the basement of a high-rise in downtown Brooklyn.
What about the place on 3rd Avenue?
Which one?
Third.
Please.
Plug Uglies, we've been there in that neighborhood in Gramercy Park for 22 years. Again, have a good establishment in relationship with both the precinct and the community board. We have a 4 a.m. liquor license there, but typically we are closed by 2:30, 3 o'clock.
And Merchants Gate on 8th Avenue, that's you have a conditional approval?
Yes, that is, I think we're approved for 3 a.m.
Yeah, that was a 3 a.m., but it's that's actually located in the Columbus Circle subway system.
Got it. And you're doing Craft and Carry in St. Mark's, and then there's a 3rd Avenue location, and then there is the 7th Avenue location.
Correct. They will all be Craft and Carry brand. Beer shop.
Same methods of operation, and there's a 4th location in the same where Brooklyn Wine Cellar is located in 445 Gold Street. There's also Craft and Carry there. There's a kiosk, and that also closes at midnight.
Okay. And it's background music only.
Yes, very low. Very, very low music. Coffee shop, similar.
Very much a coffee shop, indie music type of vibe, background music. Basically, it's a 50% the volume you'd find at a regular bar, I would say.
We ready to vote?
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Fan?
I think you guys are good operators. I want to be supportive of your business model. I do realize that when you sell this kind of food, late night, it's sort of your business. So I'm going to go until 2 a.m.
Commissioner Ford?
It's such a small place, but I think your business is there's people grabbing and going also, right? Am I correct?
We intend on 50% retail, 50% on premise, maybe a little more retail.
Okay. So, again, pretty small place. You look at your license history, you've got other locations going back to like 2009 with really like no adverse history at all that I see. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you are careful and thoughtful operators of your licensed premises. So I will agree to 2 o'clock as well as Commissioner Fan has agreed to as well.
So I'll go along with that as well, but I do want to point out that some of the stuff you've agreed to with the community board besides the hours, that they're going to be watching you. And if this doesn't turn out the way you expect it to, and then you start going and doing the things that you promised them you wouldn't, it's going to get very, very expensive very quickly.
Are you going to make the community board steps part of the license?
Yes. Yeah, and part of that is no happy hours.
Okay.
You've agreed to no DJs.
There's no space for a DJ.
Yeah, nowhere to put one.
I've been in a place that was behind the bar. 2 a.m. across. And you've also agreed to install soundproofing.
That's already done, Commissioner.
And those are the ones that I'm concerned with. But the happy hours and the beers and the drink specials, I mean, they see that, and that's the next thing we hear about. No pub crawls, but whatever you've agreed to in this letter we have from the community board, they're all going to be part of the license. So I would just make sure you follow all of them.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Can we take 2 minutes?
Yes, we can take 2 minutes. We'll take a brief recess. All right, we're going to go back on the record. We have got two separate items with the same licensee, 1380 and 1381. El Viejo John's Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon. For El Viejo John's Restaurant Corp, it's Kenneth Franklin.
Second, 1380 and 1381. They're two separate items, same licensee.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you just put your name on the record again, please?
Yes. For the licensee, my name is Kenneth Frankel, and I have next to me the licensee, Rosia Kantla.
So we're talking about 1380?
1380 and then 1381.
Okay. Yes. So with regard to 1380, my client's made an offer of $7,000. They've had one previous case, which was a workman's compensation related case that was settled for, I believe, $3,500. This case, we've made. I'm sorry.
It was 1,500.
Thank you. So this offer we've made, because we understand the seriousness of the allegations, that there were after-hour sales and that there was somebody visibly intoxicated that was served. My client, when we first reviewed the case, we believed that the timing was a little off, that the officers entered the place earlier and not after hours. But we recognize the deficiencies in the proof that we have in support of the argument, and my client understands that those violations are serious violations, and knows that she cannot do it and not even come close to it. So that's why we've made the offer that we think is reasonable with regard to the circumstances here. The other case that there is a code violation case. And so we try to address them separately, but offer dollar amounts that we thought were appropriate.
On the second case, 1381, I would move to dismiss the second charge because the guard was licensed.
Does it matter? They weren't supposed to have security at all.
Oh, did I miss that?
Yeah, one of the charges is failure to conform to the application. Just so that you know, my client's already working with has an application pending to amend the liquor license application to include a security guard for Friday night and Saturday night.
Yeah, where did I not see that?
But you can
No,
charge
that's on the other chart.
It's at the end, number
You
6.
can still vote to dismiss.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's fine.
Remove number 6.
Dismiss 2, but I'll accept both.
Yes.
But dismiss charge 2 on 1381.
Yes. And would that also apply to number 3, which is a roster that wouldn't be needed?
Yeah, take out number 3.
Why wouldn't the roster be needed?
Well,
If
it's actually a security guard, so the only one that's really relevant.
No, they had a security guard.
Yeah, I know, but then.
Well, if you're going to have them, you better have a roster.
They still violate the local codes.
Yeah, you better have a roster if you're going to have them. But the guy, he's dismissing the licensing part because the guy was licensed. He just didn't have it. You know, I still think you need the roster.
So we're all good?
Yes.
All right, you're all set.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well,
Next item is 1442, BK Bottles, Inc.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alan Levin, 24th Street, Suite 1907, Brooklyn, New York, for the respondent. We had a plea agreement on this with the with counsel, indicating the fact that.
Yeah, I'll give you a letter of warning for this.
There's no plea agreement.
We did have an agreement that would be a
What
minimum.
do you believe the agreement was?
Basically, with a minimal penalty regarding this. On
All right, so what, if you made an agreement, what was the agreement? What was the minimal penalty?
There was no minimal penalty. They would recommend leniency on this. That's what I was told by the by counsel.
Well, that's not an agreement, is it?
No, it's not.
Letter of warning.
Are they open now?
They are open now. That's correct.
Okay. Letter of warning.
Thank you very much.
Next item is 1375. Royal Pub, Inc.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, board members.
Say your name.
Jagvinder Singh Multani.
I can't hear you.
The applicant.
Jagvinder Singh Multani.
Oh, okay.
Any violations here on this one since February of 2018?
No, no, sir.
I wasn't asking who I was asking.
What was February 2018?
When he was here last,
Yes.
he opened it in May. You guys decide.
Oh, right.
The music
The
situation
only
is the
we
same.
have,
Sir,
Sir, excuse me.
you're only asking to change the hours, right? Not the
Yes.
music situation.
No, only the hours.
Have you talked to the police department about this?
Not yet. But there's no complaint, like almost 1 year.
All right. Commissioner Ford.
I'm okay with it.
There's nothing pending.
there was something that happened back in 2018. I think it had to do with the ST or something. It looked like it was resolved. There was no charge for it.
Yeah.
What's ST?
The temporary permit.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Ford.
I'll vote to approve.
Approve. Good luck.
It's approved.
Vote to approve.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, board member. Thank you.
The next item, 1414, Emma Bar and Grill Corp.
Okay.
Is there anybody in opposition to this?
Yes, Ruth Morales right here. Can you move?
Anybody in support or opposition, please come on up.
Now let her put her name on the record first.
That way.
Emma, come on, guys.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Garrett, will you represent the applicant?
The applicant is right here,
Right here.
Elvis Silverio.
So, step up, put your name on the record.
I'm sorry, she pushed me over, Chairman Bradley.
There is camera over here, please.
This is a very problematic person. I'd rather her
Mr.
say.
Barrett, Barrett.
Yes,
Put your name on
Secretary.
the record.
Okay, Aurelia Tavares, representative for Emma's Bar and Grill on 3805 10th Avenue. I'm here with the applicant, Elvis Silverio. We have a host of people supporting
right,
licenses
Mr.
in
Barrett,
Washington Heights.
Okay.
Sit down. All of them sit down now.
Here we go. Okay.
Don't leave, just have a seat.
Anyone who's in opposition, please approach the table at the podium.
Ruth Morales.
Go ahead, ma'am. What's your name and tell us what your objection is.
Ruth Morales. My name is Ruth Morales. I was here on 2017, Miss Call In, with William Segura and Fernando Mateos. I don't know if you remember that case.
I remember it quite well.
Yes, that situation, they put a complaint against me on the DA's office. According to them, there was the complete owner of this location. The DA interviewed me in April 26th. I was on the kind of investigation for a couple of months where the DA reviewed the authenticity of my documents and the authenticity of my shares agreement and ownership of this location. Now, the individual over here, Elvis Silverio, got a sublease and assigned me, as document shows that you have over there, for 6 months, October 2nd, 2018 to March 8, 2019. So the individual, Elvis Silverio over here, filed an application
with you, as record shows, in April 22 or 23, if I am not mistaken. That's the date. A day before than that, the marshal is evicting him because the term of his lease, which is 6 months, expired. Now, I don't know this individual at all. I don't know who he is, and I never had a meeting or any type of business with him. As record shows, a DA record shows, I am the majority owner of this business. I haven't done any deal with them. The day that I was here in 2017, Ms. Coyle, I told this board that William Segura was the owner of Fantastic Lounge. I submitted a complaint. I showed to this board that William Segura was the owner of Fantastic Lounge. In June 2019, William Segura license was canceled. I'm going to go a little further. William Segura is also the owner of Tobacco y Ron. I don't understand how someone that commits fraud after fraud against the state still can hold a liquor license. This individual over here, Elvis Silverio, owns Rubirosa Lounge in Queens, Northern Boulevard, OP 1260848. Having a liquor license is a privilege, all right? And I don't understand how the state allow individuals like him and William Segura to keep holding liquor license. My lawyer submitted documents to you. I submitted documents to you. There is court index with housing, where it shows that this guy getting evicted. That his lease was only 6 months. This individual that is over here, in this line over here, are part of Fantastic Lounge that was canceled in June. Playroom, which was canceled in July also, all right? So I want to have on records over here that Playroom, Tobacco y Ron, and Fantastic, pretty much this individual that come over here and support him. Now I want to talk about on records. This is Port Authority. This is Liquor Authority. This agency have authority to review, subpoena any type of records. There is records with housing, where it shows that this man only has 6 months on his lease. Sublease. There is not even a lease. It's a sublease assignee given to him by William Segura, which is not the right owner. I go back, call the DA office, and the DA review the authenticity of my documents and show that I am the majority owner of this business. So I don't understand how your office or your agency is entertaining even this license. Now,
Sorry, you own the property or you own the business?
The business, the lease, 65%. It was shown to the DA's office in 2018.
I'll explain.
Yes, sir.
It was a business that applied to get with Ms. Coyle. She says she's 65% owner of that, which is the lessee of the premises. Yes. There was an assignment of that lease to this current applicant. She says, as the majority owner, she did not approve it.
Right, I understand. But they got denied anyway.
No, that's...
No, Ms. Coyle got denied.
Yeah, they still have the leases. Yeah. Allegedly. All right, go ahead, man.
I brought in part of the supporting documents against my complaint over here is on October 2nd, 2018. Elvis Silverio went into a lease, a sublease, for 6 months for this location. The sublease expired on March 8, 2019.
You already said this. You're repeating yourself now.
Okay, no, just didn't want to clarify, sir. So now, I do believe, sir, you are a former prosecutor. All right, I do believe that you understand pretty much what is a DA case, and when the DA case review documents and witnesses, and interview witnesses and determine like this is not what they portray to be. Now, there is 3 individuals over here that I want to point out in this situation that are going to speak in favor of this applicant. Jeffrey over here, which is a retired cop, that he should know better what is the law and how to break the law, and he's part of this situation. There is this woman over here that I want to clarify something.
Ma'am, you're not going to start. You're not going to start espousing on people's credibility. If you have something to say about the application, you said it. Otherwise, it's time for them to talk.
Okay, so I just want to go into the records because the fence for this applicant, they're going to try to trash my name. And I am tired of the situation, especially with Aurelia, a lawyer that spent a year. It's a lawyer that spent, a disbarred lawyer, better to say, a convicted felon that spent a year on jail, basically, for the crime that she committed. All right? So there is over here a convicted felon trying to trash my name. The another one.
Ma'am, we're not going to start talking about other people. If you have something to say about this, say it. Otherwise, sit down.
So, thank you, sir. In that matters, I believe that I did my case. Any kind of question, the DAs, I will provide the DA's information, including the assistant DA that reviewed documents on my behalf. I believe that in 2017, I provide this board enough documentation where it shows my ownership as court record for the city, for the housing city court. Elvis Silverio has 6-month lease starting in 2000.
You said this now a third time. Thank you.
All right,
Sit
sir.
down.
So,
Sit
thank
down.
you.
Go ahead, Mr. Flowers.
Good morning, members of the authority. Good afternoon, actually, yeah. As you've heard from my nemesis in Washington Heights, Ruth, she thinks she has possession of the premises, but the question is, when was the last time she paid rent at this location? Never.
Now, Ms. Severus, before you start telling me who owns it and who doesn't, the major argument we had the last time someone tried to apply here, and we were very clear about what needed to be done, was to clear up legally who has legal right to these premises. And it's obvious to me that in that year time, no one did that.
They did. We have an assignment of lease.
Where is there a court document that indicates who the rightful owner of this lease is?
The court document is the assignment of lease, Chairman Bradley.
No,
We're
it's
not going to
not.
spend
No,
money
it's not.
litigating.
No, it's not. The assignment of lease is the evidence of what did or did not happen here.
Correct. But we're not Miss Coy. We have nothing to do with Miss Coy. There is an assignment.
That's the leaseholder.
Correct. We have
That's who has the right to the building.
Chairman Bradley, what I'm asking, we're really here on the merits of this application. That's in a separate civil matter that when if and when our license gets approved, we have to provide evidence from the landlord a new lease to Emma's, and I will provide it for you. But the landlord's he lives in India. In India, it takes 2 months to always reach him for a document. And
you had a year. Yeah, you had a year.
I didn't have a year because I was not on the prior application.
Well,
I just happened to be privy.
You were aware of it.
Chairman Bradley, I happened to be privy to listen to all the nonsense that went on with Fernando Mateo and William Segura, who have nothing to do with this license. We're here on our own merits. We have people here in support of the application, and we believe this application should be granted on the merits. All that collateral stuff with Ruth, you know what? I don't care what she has to say because she is not the rightful owner. She has not paid rent on this location. We have even shown you proof that $74,000 has been paid. If she has something vested in here, let her fight it. Let her duke it out with us in court if that is the case. Nobody's paying attention.
Exactly.
Nobody's paying attention.
Listen, you can sit there and talk about what you think is right till you're blue in the face. But I am not. This situation is exactly the same as it was a year ago.
Nothing has changed.
All you did was put a different name on the package.
No,
it's the same situation. She came in here last time. She said she owned a piece of this Miss Coyle. We denied it because you told us she did. Or your applicant. Can I speak now?
Sure.
Your applicant indicated she didn't. You were going back and forth, and we don't deal with that.
Okay.
If you clear up who is the leaseholder, and we get an official court document, then we'll consider this application. Until then, we're having this. We're not going to have the same circus show we had a year ago.
I respectfully request that this be put over to next month. If I'm able to get a new lease in the name of Emma's, but I would like to fight on the merits of this license, that this be put over for the next month, because we cannot continue to pay rent at a location where we have a serious, crazy woman running around alleging to be owner when she's never paid rent. So this is just a crazy, ridiculous.
Mr. Tavares. Okay, so is a lease in place now?
It's an assignment of lease.
No. There is a lease in place that you're going to get an assignment of. So
no, we're requesting from the.
You need to listen.
According to our records, there's a lease in place right now to Miss Coyle that goes until 2025. The application says you're getting an assignment of that lease. So how? I know. So how could there be a new lease unless the legal rights under the old lease are resolved? Which I think is one of the chairman's points.
I think that's very fair.
Well, it's in the landlord's
Thank you.
Go and terminate the existing
Right.
lease.
Somebody needs to go to court and get the lease terminated.
I'm respectfully requesting this be put over because it takes forever to come before you again. They don't have the resources to survive another bout with this woman. We'll get a legal document because we're going to do it immediately. I'll have his attorneys do it. But we need some help here. Can we put this over for the next full board meeting?
Mr. Tavares, I don't think you're understanding what the members are saying.
I understand.
Mr. Tavares, just because you provide a new lease,
we're gonna get a legal document from the court. We are going to, in order to show cause, to get an emergency decision on this because nobody can continue to afford this craziness anymore. So if this is put on to full board, not the 31st, but the first August meeting, I will have a legal document with naming the rightful owner, Emma's Place, and I respectfully request to be put off because it takes about a month to get something like that through the court system. I respectfully request that it be put over.
That's fine. You'll get, what's the next board meeting?
August 20th.
All right, that's
August 20th. Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you, Chairman Bradley.
Good luck to get an order to show cause decided in that length of time.
All right. Then I think I'm next too. And Mambi?
Why don't you hold on? Let me tell you who's next. You keep forgetting that part.
Mr. W.
The next item is 1338, El Mambi Steakhouse Corp. 1338.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. I'm here with Raul Ryan Acosta of El Mambi Steakhouse, son of Raul Acosta, who sold to the son. We have an elected official here speaking on behalf of the elected officials who could not be here today. If we have a moment, if he could be heard. I'm the representative on the application, Aurelia Tavares.
Yes, who is it?
Luis Gomez.
What?
Hi, Mr. Chairman. My name is Luis Gomez. I'm an elected official, district leader for the 34 AD, Corona, Queens, Jackson Heights.
You're
and
a
I'm here.
You're a district, which is what, the Democratic Party?
Democratic Party district leader for 34 AD.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here on behalf of all the elected officials that couldn't be here today in support of Emmy. And so I just say something too hot. And I'm here in support of El Mambi, and I think they've been doing good business for the community. I know them for a long time. I know his father.
Are you aware why this was disapproved at the full board?
Not really.
They're fighting outside. Chairman, can we-
Jonathan, call the police.
Yep, they're fighting
They're
outside.
fighting. Call the police.
Oh my God. Call the police, please, guys. That lady's crazy, Chairman Bradley.
Yes.
Oh my God.
She's wearing
Thank you for coming in support of the application.
So what elected are you here on behalf of?
We have letters in support of.
Could you stop moving the papers around?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett, stop tossing your papers.
I'm sorry, Secretary Donahue, excuse me.
Mr. Barrett, stop with the papers.
So who are the electeds that you are here on behalf of, sir?
I mean, on behalf of the NYPD 34 prison, they signed a letter of recommendation. I also Carmen de la Rosa, she's an assemblywoman. District Leader Maria Morillo, Council Member Idani Rodriguez, and Council Member Rafael Espinal.
So why did
Because someone in their infinite wisdom withdrew the application from the community board.
No, there was a mistake.
Mr. Barrett.
And then it ended up in front of us, and then in that meantime, they finally went back to the community.
No, but this is December 31, 18. So it's not in the meantime. This is November 30, 17. Right.
So that was what we didn't have.
Oh, okay. So now we have it.
Yes.
Just if I can provide some clarity.
No, you can't say anything. You've
Okay.
said enough. All right, we're ready to vote.
Okay then, Commissioner Fan.
So the 500-foot hearing, as you know, came out against you.
No, this is just for recon.
Yeah. Oh, I'll grant recon just because he was late last time.
So we're all recon?
Yeah, and so I don't know whether you saw the statement I gave before the hearing started today. But one of the things that I added was that we're seeing significant deficiencies in individuals' applications that do this for a living. This is one such type of deficiency. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Why did this get disapproved? Go back and review it.
No,
And,
I just
and you'll
wanted-
know exactly what I'm talking about. I'll vote to grant. I'll grant recon and send it back to licensing.
Just a quick question, Chairman Bradley, while it's pending.
Mr. Barrett.
Back to licensing.
But I'm asking if the
Mr.
temporary.
Mr.
Mr.
Barrett.
Don.
Hold on for a second. All right. So,
Jesus. She's not.
Jonathan, mute the microphone down there for a second. All right, so you're going to send it back to the licensing for further review. Okay.
Why don't we just decide it?
That's what I just did. So, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan,
It's fine, but why don't we just leave them the hours? That's fine. Back to licensing.
all right, it's reconsideration has been granted and it's being returned to licensing.
Can the temporary permit be activated?
The next item is 1475. This is a report of litigation regarding Avron Gardner and the State Liquor Authority.
I'm asking for the activation
Mr.
of the
Tavares, the item is done. 1475.
You had to leave.
1475.
Yeah. Someone signed in for it? Is someone here?
He left.
All right, well, it doesn't matter anyway. The only question to you is whether or not you want to appeal or not. I don't know if you want to go into executive session to discuss it.
Part of it was. Yes. No, I mean, I just want to talk to council.
Right, so
What number are we?
it's 1475. There could be a brief recess while members discuss the matter with council's office. All right, after a conference with council, we are back on the record on item 1475. Members decided what they want to do with this?
Yes, I vote not to appeal.
Okay. Commissioner Ford?
I'm going to vote to let it lay and not appeal as well.
And then we will just, we'll just go back and modify the license to comply with the court order?
Yeah, I do. I disagree completely with the judge here. I think that our written decision more than sufficiently states reasonings justifying the closing hours. I think the judge was incorrect in her initial decision. I think she was even more incorrect when she overruled herself on re-argument with no new information presented. She certainly criticized some of my inarticulate statements, but as I'm sure she's aware that my statement had absolutely no bearing on the other two votes of the commissioners, who also voted to deny the request. I believe. Didn't you vote to deny it?
Yes.
Yes. So now she has, in her decision, decided that it's appropriate for this place to be open all night. So I'll vote not to appeal, given the other two commissioners' votes. But I don't disagree with. I don't agree with the decision at all.
Remove that condition, she said. All right, the next item, 1392, which is 4218 Rest Group LLC. It's 1392.
Yes, we're here. Good afternoon. Adam Clayton Powell for the
Hi, how are you? Good afternoon.
for the licensee.
Hi. Yeah, this is a default.
Yeah, unfortunately, the licensee did not receive the mail, and they just got wind of this hearing a couple of days ago.
And more? It looks like it was
You can see.
just returned to us.
Yeah. Good news is you can see.
Hold on. You want to take a CNC for $2,500, or do you want it back to council's office?
I mean, we really feel because there's no adverse history in the past, it's the first time, we'd like to settle for $1,000.
All right. I'll take 1,000 today.
Take 1,000.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
The next item, 1477, U Bar Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Argelio Rodriguez. I'm here on U-Bar U-Bar Restaurant. I'm here with Sigfrido Cedillo, one of the owners. This is an application for an OP liquor license. There's recorded music only. We submitted a follow-up regarding the hours, and we're comfortable at 2 a.m. is what we proposed. So the specific hours would be 8 p.m. to 2 a.m., closing each night. As long as we can come back in the future in 6 months and apply for a later closing time. There's 8 seats at the bar, 14 tables, 50 seats at the tables. There'll be security, 1 to 2 security guards a night. From precincts.
Can you tell us what it appears you entered into stipulations with the community board, but I don't have. What are they?
Yeah, no, that's not accurate. The community board did not call us in. That's us voluntarily limiting our hours of operation to demonstrate that that we'd like to be approved for a license.
Well, they're asking that there be security. Or do you have security guards?
Yes.
2 security guards?
1 to 2 security guards from a licensed security guard company, Precinct Security. To be clear, we never met with the community board. We were never invited to a meeting. So all of this is us voluntarily providing this information, including the closing hours at 2 a.m.
So you said so in other words, you notified them, and this was their response. That's it.
Yep.
No, We never received the response. We've
They sent a letter to us.
Send a letter to us.
They don't support the application.
okay. We were not aware of that letter.
Okay.
But they
You
did
never
say,
seen the letter from this community board?
it said, therefore, let the record show that given the fact that there will be security, the application is not being denied. But there must be at least 2 security guards during the
Okay.
hours that will be served. That's what they said.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's not an issue. We're having 1 and 2 security guards at night, and we're closing at 2 a.m.
Well, so, are you going to have 1 or 2, or are you going to have 2?
2 a.m. across the board.
No, security guards.
Oh, okay. So it would be
Community
one.
board- community board
Yeah,
looking at-
The community board wants you to have 2.
that's fine.
Yes, anytime liquor's being served, they want 2 security guards.
We don't object to that at all. That's fine, and that's reasonable.
But not 6 of them.
All right. With background music only, no dancing, no live music. And do you have a manager?
Yes, there's a manager. Her name is Angela Guerrero Abreu, who's part of the application.
His birthday is put down as December 23rd, 18.
Yeah, so he's 1.
What is that?
Oh, I apologize, then that must be a typo.
So what's their actual birthday?
Who are you referring to?
The manager.
The manager.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I submitted an ID. I can.
No, we
give
want
that-
to know how old the manager is.
Oh, she's experienced. Let's see.
How old is the manager?
Even approximately.
Como más o menos. I recall her being around 40 or so.
Okay.
Correct that, please. Would you?
I'll go to 2 a.m. But come back in a year at the earliest.
Could we return in 6 months?
No. You can return, but it's going to be thrown out.
Fair enough.
Here you go. Same here.
So I'm 2 a.m. No use of promoters, no DJs, no live music. That's it, and 2 security guards.
Okay.
You have. Okay. Yeah.
You will need an updated personal questionnaire for your manager.
Okay, no problem. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, the next item is 1390, Just BBB LLC.
Good afternoon, Neil Vasaki for the licensee. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. This is a case basically where I would typically get involved, when the notice of pleading was served on the client. However, I was just brought to my attention Friday that the place is closed for business as of the beginning of this month, and I imagine that's really the case why Mr. Perez didn't give me the notice of pleading. He dealt directly with Ms. O'Hara. I had a couple of discussions with Ms. O'Hara, and I was basically hoping that we could either get this thing, withdraw the offer of cancellation and go back to counsel's office, or maybe, depending on the circumstances, we could deal with it right here. One of the licensees, Maria Busante.
Whoa. What do you want to do?
I'd like to see if we could possibly get this back to counsel's office, so I could, basically offer a CNC, because the offer of cancellation by Mr. Perez, he didn't have an attorney or anybody to really explain the ramifications
All right.
of the cancellation.
Okay, I'll send it back. Go back to counsel's office.
Back to council.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too.
Next item, 1444 and 1445, Hombres Lounge, Inc.
This is just cancel for the rest
Hello, this is Mayor Schwed, representing here Hombres Lounge Inc.
I'm here with Carlos, the licensee, Sandra, who's our consultant, Alaya, David, who's our security detail, and James, the landlord.
So let me, and before you say anything, and maybe Mark, you know the answer to this too. We denied a CNC previously.
Counteroffer was canceled and bond.
Right. And at that time, was counsel's office requesting to withdraw charge 1?
Correct.
And
When the case came to you initially, that was in there. That request was in there.
So we were canceling bond with the withdrawal.
I will double check again, but that's my recollection.
Okay. So why are we back here now?
Because now they're just pleading no contest.
Okay. All right, go ahead, sir.
Check that one thing for you.
CNC 10,000.
Go ahead.
Are you reconsider the $10,000 CNC?
No, we already denied that.
We feel that we have pretty strong and compelling arguments against the cancellation.
Hold on just for a second. I'm sorry. That is a new part of it. So I'll be just double check to make sure.
Why don't we just go to hearing then? Just go to hearing.
Wait. It came back again though. Hold on for a second.
No, they're going straight, no contest.
Yeah, this is the first time it's been noted that they want to withdraw that charge.
All right, so we're withdrawing charge 1, so now we would probably take a cash in that. But I don't think 10 is going to do it.
No.
Disorderly premises later than that. Seconds.
Chairman, the second disorderly premise, that's a very based on very questionable facts.
Well, then, you go to hearing.
I understand. What would be your counteroffer?
There's you pled no contest. So the members are going to oppose the contest.
I'll take 20.
20. You good with that?
Yeah, but I want to point out the method of operation that this licensee filed with us indicates recorded music only, no dancing, no adult entertainment, no bar top dancers, no show nights, no male strippers.
There aren't any.
But that's the allegations. So I'm just because the cabaret license law went up in smoke doesn't mean that when you come and make a representation to us that there's not going to be dancing, that all of a sudden you can allow dancing. You can't without changing your method of operation.
That's understood, yes.
All right.
All right, so 20.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Next item, 1469, Lucky 7 Restaurant and Bar, LLC.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo. Introduce yourself, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Leo Odishi. Owner.
Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Julio Betances.
So an offering compromise before you.
So I mean, it appears that the biggest issue with this place is they can't keep people out of it, which I guess is a good problem to have. But what are they going to do to make sure that it's not overcrowded?
Well, I don't think overcrowding was ever the issue. I think the issue has been the disbursement of crowds at 4 o'clock in the morning. We have fired the existing security. We've hired a new security guard company, and this company has for the last 2 months, Julio? 2 months, been staggering the exiting of the patrons.
How do they do that?
Sorry?
How do they do that?
Only a certain amount of people go out at a certain period of time.
So they start emptying the place at 3 o'clock or 3:30 or what?
Closer to 2:30.
Seems like most of your disorderlies are outside.
I'm being corrected. I'm told about 3 o'clock. Yes, most of the incidents occur outside, which is what I had explained in my offering compromise.
All right, I'll accept.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Mr. Palumbo, with that, make sure you put in your request for reconsideration on renewal.
I asked that the renewal be reactivated as soon as I can pay that fine, which would be tomorrow morning.
Correct.
It'll be in your offices tomorrow morning.
Great, thank you.
Have a good day. Well, I'm seeing you good.
Thank you.
I guess he has a fan club.
They were here in support?
Yes. No one was here.
Off the $50,000 fine?
Yes, I thought we were going to cancel.
Next item is 1478.
We can barely hear you. 1 second. All right, sorry about that.
The next item, 1478. 365 LLC.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Elke Hoffman. I'm the attorney for the applicant. With me is Thomas Brunton. He's the principal of 363 Wines and Liquors. This is an application to put an upscale wine and liquor store into a developing area of Gowanus. I'm not aware of any opposition.
No, we aren't either. Go ahead.
So essentially, this is this is part of a two building development complex with 720 units. It's a sort of a distinct new commercial district. There's really no other wine and liquor store in walking distance at all.
Yeah.
I see increases in all the surrounding stores. There's no protest. I'm going to vote to approve.
1,200 total, 900 retail. It would be the smallest of the 4 closest stores. No protest. It's right on the corner. Actually, I think it looks like a really nice location. I think it'd be a really nice store for the area, so I vote to approve as well.
Okay. I vote to approve. Good luck.
Have a nice day.
Thank you so much.
Next item, 1452. Villas Lounge 2 Corp.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Amaro Shved representing here, representing here Villas Lounge 2 Corp.
Yeah. What number is it? 1452.
Right now. Take a note.
Hold on just for a second. We're waiting for the...
1452, you want.
What are you looking at? Is it a second?
We want to fill out 1349 too. That's the same licensee with a no contest. Right. So I understood the vote on 1452.
Okay, I'll accept.
All right. So on 1452, the CNC is accepted, and now we have 1349, which is the same licensee and a no contest.
Oh, that's why. 1349?
Yes.
No, I know.
I'll put it all together. 1,500, and then the other, I'm at 3,000.
So, charge 2, based on the agenda sheet, should be non-bona fide. Can we just amend the pleading, or do we dismiss that?
You can, I think you can sustain it because the submitted an application that said they were going to have a food prep area. They didn't have food.
Yeah, that's it. What's in front of
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that. Okay.
So,
All right. What'd you say? 3,000? 3,000.
3,000.
You go with that? Okay. You got that?
Yes.
So the CNC's accepted the first one and a $3,000 penalty on the second one.
Understood. Thank you.
All right? Okay.
Thanks.
Next we have 1423 and 1424, Candela's BK Restaurant, Inc.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Joseph Flynn. I'm the attorney for the licensee. Identify yourself.
I'm going to counter 15,000.
Hold on, Mr. Flynn, the members of the board.
I go along with that, but I think I would also move to dismiss charge 8. Summons is dismissed and sealed. Licensee's employees were cooperating and likely to be.
All right. Where are you reading charge 8 that they were cooperating?
At some point in inspection, the rest of Christian Mendez issued.
9, let's count 9.
No, it's 8.
No, 8.
The patron attempted to stop the inspection.
Which one am I waiting on?
Can 8 is disorderly
This
premises.
is 1423 and 24. You're reading from the Mr. Flynn's.
Oh, sorry. That's why we got dismissed, because it was.
So I'm countering at 15.
Found counter at 15.
And Commissioner Ford.
Counter 15.
All right, the counting offer of $15,000. You'll get a letter notifying you of that in the mail.
May I ask you to address a couple of things that I've just learned? This is actually my first time at one of these presentations, so I really wasn't completely familiar with the way that the board operated. With respect to item number 5, it said the police complained that there was a failure to have a means of egress. I've spoken with both the manager and the bartender who were there that day. They don't understand why they got the ticket. In fact, when I've inspected the premises, there is no obstruction. The ticket.
So since you're new here, I'm going to enlighten you. I hope. We don't argue at this stage. We don't argue the evidence of the case. If you want to do that, you go to hearing.
Fine.
And which you're welcome to do, and we will. You cannot accept the counteroffer and go to hearing. More than likely, you would end up no worse off than we just told you, except how you would end up worse off, because right now I don't think anybody in our office knows whether the drugs in the second case were being sold by an employee or not. If it ended up being an employee, I can guarantee you that we would be canceling the license at the end of the hearing if that came back sustained. So right now you're getting the benefit of the doubt that it was not an employee, and maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But
Yeah, I did address that. Thank you. Thank you. I addressed that. I spoke with the attorneys for both of the defendants who were brothers. Those two attorneys represented to me that neither of the brothers had ever been before and have not ever been since in the premises, and that they represented that their clients did not know and had never met any of the employees or the licensee.
okay, but I don't know what the police officers are going to say. So so that's where you're at. You can accept our counter offer. You'll get something in the mail, or you can go to hearing.
You don't have to accept it now.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, then, the next item, items 1436 and 1437, Ovenville Chill, LLC.
Yes, good afternoon. Matthew Leone for the licensee. This is a conditional no contest plea to settle the two cases.
So they had an assault, and they didn't call 911. Why?
Well, there was the assault. Well, so there were two assaults. There was one that happened outside. It doesn't even appear that it involved patrons of the place.
Well, that's not the evidence. The indication we have is that they were patrons.
So, and there was the set. So I think the first one was outside. They didn't really know about it. The second one was inside. It was just there was an injury, but they attended to the person who got hurt. They asked whether or not they needed anything, if they wanted the police, if they wanted an ambulance, and what they're telling me is that the person that got hurt, didn't want anything. They just I think they wrapped, they put a compress and a towel on him, and then it was later on, I guess, when he either got home or later on realized that he was injured a little bit.
Going forward, if there's an assault in or around their premises, I would suggest that they call the police.
Oh, absolutely.
Immediately.
Absolutely. They've been instructed to do that.
I'll accept. Go ahead.
3,500 is out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item, 1357, Los Pinos Deli Court.
This is a matter after a hearing. Coming up, who's going to be with me is the licensee, Aura Espinal, and also the manager, who's also David Tavares, and David is the nephew. So, like I said, this is after a hearing. I submitted a controversion and also a letter in mitigation, and I'll rely on that submission. But we're here basically to ask you to consider as a penalty a civil penalty, a fine, and a suspension period in lieu of a cancellation of the license.
Why did we withdraw the failure to supervise?
I'm
not asking you.
Okay.
Do you know, Mark? Because that would appear all these charges that were sustained would be indicative of a failure to supervise. Okay. Sustain 1, 2, and 3. Withdraw charge 4. Sustain 5.
Hang on 1 second for 5. Is Mr. Tavares, I'm asking Ann right now, on the MO as a manager?
Yes.
Is he the state of this? Yes. So we dismiss 5 then?
Based on 1.
Because he wasn't available. He told him he was the...
Yeah, but he's running the whole show.
No, but he pays everything. He does everything.
He's a licensed manager of business.
Yes, he's a manager. But he's basically running.
He's not paid his salary. He receives a share of the profits. That's an owner.
All right.
So, I mean, I don't know what you want us to do here. This guy, he got caught for gambling previously. He went and did it again, twice. Or, I'm sorry, he went and did it again. He got caught with consumption on the premises. He went and did it again 6 months later. And then he's got a manager that's really his partner.
Right. So, look, at this point, the gambling machines, they're gone. The consumption on the premises.
Now, why would we believe your client that the gambling machines are gone?
Well,
what's indicative of anything we have in front of us that's actually true?
Right. Well, the machines. They were confiscated. They were taken by the police in December.
And I'm going to assume they were also taken the last time that he got charged with this 6 months before, and he went and got more.
So the machines that were on there, look, they know they should not have been in use. They were actually.
I know he knows because we charged him. We charged him $7,500 the last time. Now it's going to be. Now you want, the money, the amount of money here. I don't think he's going to want to pay it. Let's put it that way, because I can't imagine, having read this, how upset and irate I was that he did exactly the same thing over again.
Right. Look, I know if it makes it any better, they didn't go out and get new machines. There were a couple of the machines that were still there, and they were supposed to be picked up by the vendor. They weren't, but there's no question it was a mistake to have them in use again. Aura, had instructed them not to use it, and it does turn out that there was another individual, the night person that was working there, who really used them, put the machines in use again. But wait. And he was arrested.
You're going to tell me that they had the machines in the deli after they got caught with them, and that nobody intended to use them, and then someone didn't listen to his instructions that the machines that were there as potted plants were actually not supposed to be used, and so maybe we should do the failure to supervise.
So, right, but like I said, there's no question they should not have been in use. But
they shouldn't have been there.
They shouldn't have been there in the first place, but they weren't taken out, but they're not there anymore, and so there hasn't been any problems since December. In terms of the ownership, David he's been on on the license as the manager. He's the nephew of Aura, and yes, he was in charge of the day-to-day operations. We've talked about it. If you let them keep the license, they're happy to have him come on, as an ownership position. But
all right, we're going to vote. Thank you.
Oh, and could I? I just wanted to just if it helps. Okay.
I'm at 15,000. Next time it's over.
I'll go with 15,000. The nephew has to get onto the license.
Sure.
I'll go 15.
Okay.
Is there anything pending here? Because this.
I just checked.
This is the end.
Okay. I think that's understood. Thank you very much.
I don't know. I don't believe for a second that it's understood, but that's not my problem now. All right.
All right. Next item.
Thank you.
72nd, 303 Mary LLC.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo. I have with me
Ryan Chadwick,
principal of the applicant. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, I have a few, but I think you and I should probably talk about it in private about how this happened. I don't know how. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm surprised that you got all this through.
I'll tell you why. He's currently operating a location in this community board, and they consider him a very good operator, which he is.
What's the location he's currently operating?
It's called Bar North Group. It's doing business as Gray Lady. It's been there for 8 years almost.
Almost 8 years.
And actually was applauded at the community board for his good operation.
Okay. Yeah, you guys were just here, the two of you, for the bad location out in Montauk, so that's not.
Yes. 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 That's actually my point, Commissioner. The two are completely different animals. Montauk is something he's actually getting out of. He's finished with it. But the Lower East Side, we don't have issues. I know you're not used to seeing a good operator standing next to me, but
no, it's not that.
He's here.
I've seen plenty of good operators go to the Lower East Side and get tossed out on their tails. So I don't think they don't really care down there.
8 years in the trenches.
So is there dancing here or no dancing?
No dancing.
All right. I mean, I know that this community board went through this with a fine-tooth comb. They have signed off on it with a significant number of stipulations which you've agreed to. So I will too.
Same here.
So all the steps are part of the license.
Yes.
Commissioner Vansville.
You heard that, Commissioner Kent?
Yes, I vote to approve with the board stipulations in its entirety.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me open up the blinds of the election. 1346. Zero Lounge Restaurant, Inc. 1346.
For
Okay, dismiss. Oh, go ahead.
No. So, decision after hearing, the disorderly premises, the occurrence did not happen on the premises.
Well, no, that's, it got dismissed and we're dismissing.
Yeah.
Right, but
So
what I need to point out is that because of the event, directed patrols were sent there on a regular basis because of an event that didn't occur on our premises. So I recognize that the judge rendered a decision, which I respect. But I just want to point out that if not for a shooting that didn't occur on our premises, I wouldn't have directed patrols. I mean, I went with this licensee to a community board meeting where the police said, we do a good job, they take care of the place, we don't have an issue with them. And then this occurrence happens at a food truck, and I'm painted with the brush.
I'll go to 5,000.
So dismiss 1, sustain 2, 3, and 4.
I'll go to 5,000.
5,000.
Thank you.
The next item is 1368, and Council's office indicated that the licensee is withdrawing the conditional offer. So
What number again, Tom?
1368.
All right, back to
Council's office.
Is that Longford? Is that Longford?
Yes, back to Council's office. Right, you're withdrawing the.
That there's lawyering.
What'd you say?
That there is lawyering.
Oh, yeah. Good work. Good work.
Worked real hard for that.
And the next items 1419, 1427, 1428, 29, 30, 31, 32, Sugary Goddess Court.
Offer of cancellation.
That's good one.
7.
That there's lawyering.
Next item.
What is he walking over there sitting inside? They're all his, aren't they?
Is it? I don't know where I am.
Next item is 1451, DMI Inc.
I'm just wondering where you're going every time.
Well, it's not my case. I'm covering that for Mr. Flynn, who actually is at the beach today, so he asked that I stop by.
Good day to be there.
1451.
All right, withdraw charge 10 at council's request.
I'm counter at 11,000.
I believe the offer was 65. Am I correct?
Yes.
That was the offer.
She counted at 11. I'll go with it.
I'm just making sure I understand.
Yep.
Yep.
Commissioner Ford?
11.
All right. $11,000 counter offer.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Next item is 1382, Broadway Regency Restaurant LLC and Strategic Dream, and so forth and so on.
Keep walking, Palillo. Good afternoon, Thomas McCowan, on behalf of the licensee. This is a conditional no contest plea, single charge, patron dancing. I submitted the plea for $1,500 in order to settle and reactivate an application that was denied under a 589 divisional order disapproval.
I'll accept.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Roberts, I'll be back in touch with you for stage 2 on this. Appreciate that.
1363. Hold on for a second, I've got to pull that out. I guess I didn't forget to pull it out. 1363, Rick Bowes 60s Inc.
Conditional no contest plea, $6,500. Ask the members to take a quick look. There is some mitigating information here regarding good record. The offer is being put up because the premises is in negotiations for sale. However, the licensee has had a tremendous record, but in order to get before you, this is the sum I was
going to decrease it to 4,000 because of the 25-year history.
Yep, 4,000.
4,000.
Outstanding. Thank you.
1343, 668, The Gig Shack LLC.
Dismiss charge 1.
Dismiss.
Just dismiss without a warning, or just dismiss?
No, just dismiss. Went to hearing.
Next item, 1435, HP Wholesale Inc.
If you'll indulge me, this is a conditional no contest plea. I'm here with Hennessy Barcia. Hennessy was the licensee here. We let this license lapse and expire, and the offer was the best I could do to present it before the members. Just a little chronology here. Ms. Barcia opened up a beverage center. She went to an attorney in Flushing and got terrible, terrible counsel. She obtained the wrong license for what she was in fact doing. There were some initial charges back in 2018 with Ms. Sardar. Ms. Barcia came up here, thought she had worked something out with the authority. She heard nothing back for over a year. A second charge was brought. I was put in touch with Ms. Barcia, and I walked her through it. I said, you have the wrong license for what you're doing. We've negotiated a purchase of a C license so that she can have some retail dimension to her wholesale beer business. The offer is $10,000. Again, this was the access to come before the members. Single mom, she's working hard. I'm certain I can right the ship, obtain the correct license for her. Based upon this, there were some retail sales. She was selling beer, water, and beverages. And again, the time lapsed until the second charge came through, and that's what we're here for today. I'll be preparing a new application for the correct license, but I just ask that based upon the circumstances, she's been battered from pillar to post for the past year and a half, and I ask that perhaps any reduction would be a large assist in the civil penalty as she tries to regroup and obtain the correct license.
So, but why? I mean, in October, our investigator visited her, October 2017, told her then that there was a problem, and gave her a letter of advice telling her that she could not sell to retail people. Then in March of 2018, he went back, and she was still doing it. And I get that then we waited a year for, I don't know why. Somebody then went back in March of 2019, she was still doing it. So I get that she got the wrong license, but we notified her, and we didn't charge her. Yet she continued to do it.
Mr. Chairman, the best I can come up with as an answer is I don't think Ms. Barcia completely understood what was going on, because she did appear on her own before the authority, and it was indicated to her, we can work this out, you will hear from us, and she never heard from anyone again. I'm not looking to excuse why it continued.
I'm talking about the fact that in October, when we didn't charge her of 2017, we just gave her a letter telling her she can't do what she's doing. Then in March, she did it anyway.
Again, I can't excuse it. You can probably ask Ms. Barcia, but my sense was she really probably didn't understand what was going on, because she did contact the attorney who represented her initially, and he just said, no, this is the way it is. Whatever. There was some gibberish, and I didn't think...
I'm going to go ahead.
Just so you know, there was an initial pleading with the first charge, then the information with the second charge came in.
No, I get that, but I'm talking about the letter of advice.
No, I'm saying that, so there was like double notice.
Yeah.
There was the initial letter of advice, then the first pleading.
All right, where are you at?
I'm going to go to 8,000.
8,000.
8,000.
Right.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I think Ms. Barcia will also. All right? Thank them.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Anything else signed? John, is anything else signed in?
Yeah, we have 10
One. Yep.
I couldn't hear that. What number?
On page 7, 1437.
Triple R Lounge. Let's come up, Tim.
I don't have 1437?
Yeah.
I don't have it either.
1447 or 1347?
What's the name of the licensee?
Hold on, I'm looking. I'm double checking here.
It's RRR Lounge.
Oh.
1347. 1347.
That's what I said.
You put the wrong number.
I wrote.
All right, sustain 1, dismiss 2, dismiss 3, sustain 4, sustain 5, dismiss 6 and 7, sustain 8, dismiss 9, sustain 10, 11, 12, dismiss 13, sustain 14, 15, 16, dismiss 17, sustain 18, dismiss 19, sustain 20, 21, 22, dismiss 23, dismiss 24, sustain 25, dismiss 26 and 27, sustain 28, dismiss 29, sustain 30, 31, dismiss 32, although I'm going to revisit that, sustain 33, sustain 34, sustain 35, sustain 36, dismiss 37, sustain 38, dismiss 39.
So,
what do you want us to do with this?
The owner's with me here today, Cesar Toribio. As you know, this was an emergency suspension. He's been closed since March 20. There was a shooting which he was not held to be responsible for. I understand the focal point was sustained, but so much of the focal point, I believe, came from attention that came from 311 calls, which would be on charge 8, which was sustained. But if you look at the record, the majority of the calls had to have come from the same person because they came from a 212 area code and were in Queens, and they were written up almost exactly the same, word for word, about the noise and the bass. And based on the noise, he put in the kiosk, which became a violation for not having a permit. But he put in a kiosk after speaking to the NCOs from the precinct. He made efforts to try to fix that, so that there would be another door to help deaden the noise.
I don't know. That's all fine and good. I just don't see how we can keep this open.
Well, I can tell you, I actually believe
he's open literally less than 2 years, and all of this happens. And regardless of whether he got blamed for the shooting or not, the shooting happened.
Right, and then they come in with a March operation, and they get 20 charges from that, and half of those are not sustained.
Not half. No, we got 23 out of 32 were sustained.
Okay. No, but I mean of the March operation. I think most of the 16 that would...
The bigger issue I have is it's because of the shooting, which regardless of whether he contributed to it or not, because of all the other stuff that's going on there, it's now a burden on the police. Why should they have to worry about this place?
Well, let me just back up a little. So he could speak to you a little bit himself. He works there 6 days a week. I believe he's a good operator, frankly, and very conscientious. He happened to be away. When they came in on the March operation.
No, it's not about the March operation. You know this is not about the March operation. It's about the shooting where he's basically sitting at this bar with the guy with a gun, and then the police got involved in the shooting. I don't know how we could give him back his license.
The police was involved in the actual shooting.
Yeah, I saw that video. And he went outside. There's no indication that the gun was inside. And the police were there immediately. And
Yeah, because that
and we also called, they called 911. Their bouncer called 911. That's in the record. But I would like him to speak to you about the fight that led to the shooting.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Just explain what she
Well,
was talking about. The fight itself.
Look, there was an as people were exiting the establishment, which was before 4 a.m., there was some words said by a patron that was sitting at the bar as other patrons were walking out. I don't know exactly what was said. It was actually two comments that were made. The first one didn't seem to be like any kind of altercation type of comment. The second one was, and that's when the guy actually told the patron at the bar to come outside so they can actually take care of the issue, what was said. At that point, I mean, everything, the altercation, everything, the only thing that happened inside the establishment was the fact of the comment that was being made.
And the fact that it sounds like he had the gun inside the place too.
No, the gun was never inside the establishment, sir, because we have the security guard. He checks everybody. Number one. Number two is he was assaulted because they wanted to come back in to resolve the issue from the comment that was said as they were exiting. All right. And he stopped everybody from coming in. And I would like to point out the fact that if he did have the gun, why would he wait to go outside to shoot?
Because he didn't want 200 witnesses around. I don't know. But the bottom line is this is a gun. There's guns being flashed around, shooting out in front of it with people that were patrons of your establishment. The police have to focus on you. When in this neighborhood, that's the last thing they should have to do. This is not the best neighborhood in the world, and they don't need the issue of your establishment that's unable, whether you're drawing the wrong clientele or not running it properly. It's kind of irrelevant to me.
I'd like to point out that on that video, it's clear at the kiosk, on the video, you can see his security guards, 2 or 3 of them, keep people from coming back in.
You're missing the point. Whether they're doing the right thing or not, there's somebody that got hurt here. And I'm not going to have my name next to the next one that gets hurt.
But look, I don't think the gun was inside. He runs out. I think he goes to a car, and then you can see like a block away, the police are then engaging him in the shooting about a block away. So I think he went to a vehicle.
So that makes us feel a lot better. You guys, if they want to keep you open, they can. I'm not.
Well, so he's been closed for 90 days. 120 days. You haven't paid any other fines, right?
No.
I mean, he doesn't have any history. I understand, but there's no adverse history. I'd ask you to give him another chance. He has a buyer that's looking at it. He'd like to be able to reopen and go right into a contract to try to sell the premises.
I'm trying to recuperate some of the money that I invested into the establishment, sir. I'm not, and this is, I've been closed for 4 months. This is my only means of, so I can actually, take care of my family. I'm not, I can't, with all due respect, I cannot control people that whatever they do outside in the streets. I mean, this all happened around the corner from my establishment. I mean, I try to do the right thing. I hire a security company. I mean, I have a contract. I mean, to be honest with you, sir, I really don't know exactly what else can I do. I mean, and I'm
all right. The members are going to vote now. Commissioner Fan?
I mean, you have a lot of work to do and to clean this up, sir. This is not the operation that you presented to us.
Mr. Albert, just stop playing with the papers.
Yes, sir.
I'm at a fine of like at least like $30,000.
That's a single drive that.
And maybe I'll help them be able to sell the place.
Is that where you're going?
Yeah.
All right, I'm at cancel and bond. They're at 30. 30,000.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I have nothing else signed in.
All right, let's go. What time's your plane?
My flight is.
That's it. Thank you.
3:45.
No, it's 4:20.
All right, we got time. All right, let's go.
1339.
Who's driving?
4. Letter of warning.
First, what? 1339.
Yes.
All right, so sustained letter of warning.
1340.
And then 2,000.
Sustained charge 1, 2,000.
1341.
Dismiss.
Dismiss 1 through 3.
1344.
Dismiss is just
Dismiss
really
1 through 5. None of this should have been charged.
1345.
Sustain 1 through 5.
3,000. And 5,000 or higher.
Split it at 4,000.
4,000.
4,000.
1348.
No contest defaulted hearing.
Cancel.
Yes, cancel and bond.
1350.
Letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
1351.
Okay to adopt.
Okay to adopt.
And get rid of the old ones.
Yes, and get rid of the old one.
1352.
Okay to deem 19 inactive and to replace number 57 circular with an advisory without a substantive change.
1353.
Okay to deem inactive.
Okay to deem inactive.
1354.
Okay to deem divisional order as inactive.
Yes.
1356.
So,
2,000.
1359.
3,000.
yes.
And the...
Yes, the alteration.
Yeah. 1360. 1361. Was canceled.
Cancel for the record.
1365.
1,000.
I don't think we can we?
Why not?
Isn't there a max on these?
There's a
Just for the
100
warning sign
emergency, and the display is 1,000.
Okay, 1,000.
I gave you a $100
Benefit.
discount. This
1366 and 67.
should be canceled because they surrendered their license.
Well,
They
if
may
we
not
if they
want
don't
to
pay, we'll get canceled anyway. So
No, yeah.
Okay, so 5,000.
1369, 7071.
I'm at 15,000.
Counter 15.
1372.
Withdraw charge 2 at council's request. 1,000.
1,000.
1373.
Okay to adopt the rule changes.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
1374.
So,
Set.
1379.
withdraw charge 13 at council's request and accept.
Set cancel and bond.
where are you at with 1379?
That was 1376.
That's
Now we're
1376,
79.
Councilman.
Yes, 1376.
Oh, sorry.
Uh-oh.
I didn't even have that.
Falling off the wall there.
Yeah, that's what threw me off.
Okay. Who else, Bob? And,
You want mine? So the case number is 1230, the license number is 1230617.
Right. Oh, I have it now, look.
So, Councilman Bob.
Yes, and withdraw charge 13.
Okay.
1379.
So,
I'm at 9,000, but they need to submit a change of method of operation.
okay. Same.
That's not going to be a counter offer.
Yes.
Or should I just advise them they need to do that?
You can advise them they need to do that.
Yeah, if we get them and catch them again.
Okay.
it's a double.
1383.
Anything else we
I'm
can do?
at letter of warning.
Yes, letter of warning.
1385.
I was going to go over on this one just because they've been around for a while.
12 years, 13, 11 years.
2,000.
1386.
What's up with this place?
1386.
Is there anything pending here, Tom?
No.
All right, I'll accept.
10,000 is that.
1387 is being held over
To what?
to 731. I did advise the licensee that the attorney rather that he needs to submit a statement with the no contest plea. He wasn't aware of that.
What's the date?
731, next meeting.
Troy Liquor Bar.
1388.
10,000.
I was
16. Yeah, 16.
Well, they're probably not going to pay.
well, then just cancel.
Well, we might as well try. 16, just
All right.
they don't get a benefit.
16, okay.
You have to wait for it.
1389.
Accept.
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 1391.
2,500.
13 what?
91.
Oh, I got it. Yep, 2,500 accept.
1393.
This is right up Commissioner Fan's wheelhouse. Same attorney representing both stores.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I am of the opinion that one of these should shut.
There are 3 stores, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's this one and then 1395.
And then,
And then pretty far down.
The first store was Yorktown Wines and Liquor, and that came
And
before you.
1403.
We already did one store, so there were 4 stores involved in this?
I know at least 3. It's 1393, 1395, and 1403. Is there one? I saw 3.
Mark, what were you saying?
I was saying that back in December, Yorktown Wines and Liquors, which was one of the stores,
Right.
came before you with a $15,000 offer, and you countered at 30, and they accepted that and paid the fine last week.
So why is this one lower than the Aaron Goodhart Bear?
It's a much smaller store.
And that was also part of this scheme? It just went on a different
Yorktown
name.
was, yeah.
Yorktown. Is that one of the ones, that was one of the ones that was discussed today at that application? Right? When they did the Westchester,
No, I think
it's not Yorktown. I thought
All right,
it was-
I'll then I guess we'll take the 30, but they're 1403 is doing 32. I don't care if it's small.
so you want to accept 93 and 95?
Yes.
93, 95, and 1403.
1403, we're countering at 30.
At 30? All right.
Accept 30, accept 30, and counter at 30.
1394.
Accept.
Accept 4,000.
1396.
Accept.
Should I have these?
I don't like it.
I
Where-
don't have 94, 96. Or 94.
You don't like what? I don't like
Which
the
one is
noise
better?
better.
It gets
I wrote a note to myself.
Which one?
1397.
The appliance sold and registered products and its alcohol.
Yes, because the law is bad, which we didn't even make. I'll accept.
5,000.
For 1396.
1396 is 5,000.
5,000. That's okay.
97.
97 is 3,500.
Yes.
You good with that?
Yes.
1398.
I'm at 7,000. Promoter.
No. You're on 98?
97.
No.
97. We both accepted 97. You want to go up? We can go up.
97, we accepted 3,500.
What do you want to go to?
I was at double.
Which is what? 7?
7,000.
All right. Counter at 7 on 97.
You all good with that?
Yes.
All right. 98.
Accept.
accept.
1,400.
Accept.
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 1401.
Accept.
2,000 accept.
Yes, accept.
1402.
Accept.
2,000 accept.
1403. 4 rather.
9,000 accept.
04?
Why is it 9,000? It should be
04.
10,000.
Yeah, 10,000. Counter 10,000.
10,000.
1405.
8,000 accept.
$8,000, but any method of operation change has to come here. And they probably shouldn't waste their time applying.
They sent in the.
Is that already in?
It's here. It's part of this. It's in the back.
So make sure that comes here.
Yep. 1406.
So,
Accept.
500 accept.
1407, 08, 09, 10.
This is ridiculous.
yeah, these people need to come in.
So 731.
Yep.
Okay. 1411.
6,500 accept.
Accept.
1411, 6,500 accept.
1413.
Accept.
4,000 accept.
1415.
Accept.
This is third time.
Well, it's his third time in the past 5 years.
Yeah, there could be more. That's why it's 10. That's why it's 12. It probably has another one.
One more time. It's open.
So that's-
12,000
you good with
accept.
that? All right.
Yep.
1416.
Withdraw 2 and 3 at council's request. Accept.
2,000 accept.
1417.
Accept.
4,000 accept.
1418.
Withdraw 4 and 8 at council's request, and I'll take the 20,000, but this is it.
Yeah, 20,000.
1421.
Accept.
Okay, accept.
1422.
4,000 accept.
Accept.
Look at that. All right.
1422.
1425.
Second, 18 year under. 12,000 accept.
This one you want them to show up and didn't show up.
He didn't show up?
You held this over for them to show up.
What was there an offer? Oh, this is a straight no contest.
Right.
Yeah.
They got a pretty good history though from '94.
Yeah. Food protection holder. They order food down the street. Bring it in.
Yeah, this is
All
an old school place. They used to go to this place.
Yeah.
I lived right around the corner from it for 5 years.
1,000.
Yeah, I'll go for that.
1,000.
1426 was the same thing. You wanted the licensee to appear.
And they didn't?
Nope.
1426?
Yeah.
Cancel and bond. They were asked to come in and they blew us off.
Okay.
And that's he's clearly selling to teenagers.
1433 and 34.
Except
Cancel and bond.
38, 39, 40, 41.
I'm countering at 10,000 minimum unless you guys go higher.
I was at double.
90-year-old.
All right, 17,000 counting.
Okay, 1443.
Except
46, 47, 48.
I'm countering at 10. Manager assaulted somebody.
Yes.
You all good with that?
Yep.
And arrested.
1449.
Except
And then licensing, go ahead and act on
Yes.
the
Yep.
renewal. Yep. 1450.
1,000.
except
1,000 accept.
1453.
except
This is also, I'm confused about this and 1456. It's not the same license, but it's a similar name.
What?
The same address.
It's they have the microbrewers license, which is the MI.
Oh.
Then they had the spin-off on-premises license, so they were charged under both licenses.
So now they're closing
Yeah, they've already closed up.
and they're keeping the brewery.
yeah.
No, they surrendered the brewery license.
No, they surrendered the OP license.
They
Oh no, they
surrendered-
surrendered. They
surrendered
surrendered.
both.
They surrendered both. So I don't.
And so the 1,000 is just a bond claim?
No, it's cash.
It's cash?
Yeah, we'll take that though. All right, so I'll take it. We'll accept the 1,000.
The 7,000
53,
take the
and then-
cancellation.
Accept the cancellation and
Bond on 56.
all right. 55,
So
57,
so
60,
so
61.
Why is this so high? This is workers' comp, so.
yeah, it should be 500. Yeah, 12 days. Reduced to a $500 fine.
So once they pay that, we can act on the renewal for them.
Yes.
1462,
Cancel for the record.
Cancel.
1463,
What do we do with this?
3,500.
Well, more of the issue. The first was mischarged.
Right, so we,
It should have been consumption because while I think without question there were sales, nobody saw it.
Yep.
So do I amend this pleading or do we reopen the hearing? Mark?
Well, the ALJ, if you read her decision, it's the same statute that's charged, and she expanded it during the hearing in her report. She basically said the statute also includes consumption. So I think that during the hearing, even though she technically could have amended the notice of pleading, she kind of, in a de facto way, did.
But she cited 1065. That's
1065 is written so that it talks about the hour, and then there's a second, another paragraph that doesn't have a subsection designation that talks about the half hour.
oh, so it's under
It's under
5.
5,
All right,
but-
then I'll just sustain.
But the pleading says it's for sales. The language of the
No,
charge.
but if they got notice on the thing.
But the first charge, I think, should be dismissed because it was at 4:30 rather than later than 4:30. The second charge was at 5, so I think that one.
All right, dismiss 1, sustain 2 and 3. What'd you say was the time?
I think you said 3,500.
3,500.
1464.
Cancel and bond.
this is actually my Chinese restaurant.
So we cannot cancel and bond this.
No, they closed.
So are you recusing yourself or?
They're not there.
1465, 56.
Is this place still open?
It's Cancel and bond.
Won't be for long.
All right.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel bond.
67,
2007.
1468,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel.
1470,
Grant the reconsideration since the letter appears to have been sent before the date of default.
Did I go back to council?
Yes.
Yep.
Stay cancel.
1471,
Letter warning.
Yep. Letter warning.
1472,
7.
1473,
7.
1474.
Counter 10.
Counter 10.
I have